Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome. It is Thursday night, and you know what time it is?
9 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, it's 9 o'clock. I mean, yeah.
9:06 to be precise.
9:06 to be exact.
Yeah.
Thank
You
you.
can blame me. I was a little late. Sorry.
Well, no,
It
that's
happens.
okay. You were actually as on time as
Yeah, the
Normal.
Fastback
prisoners
gets.
are running the asylum.
Whoa, sir. You can't say that. Yeah.
Yeah, after 9 here. It's okay. It's,
That's okay. So, what's up, everybody? It is the NLG show, and we got a fun night of talk, a game talk to go on with everybody, and a great guest, one who, one of our farthest planned out guests. I think we did this like a month ago. This is like
not
a
even close. Probably
Yeah.
like 2.
yeah.
2 months ago. Did
exactly.
we put this on the calendar 2 months ago?
I don't know.
Yeah. We planned it for his release date. That's all.
That's
I
right.
mean, you mentioned it like so way back when, and I was talking to Axel in party chat. And it's like, oh, Shaddai is coming on, right? It's like, I know he's coming on one of these nights. And it's like, oh snap, awesome! It's this night. That's so cool.
I really do have a spreadsheet for all this.
Yeah, no, that's why in our Discord create a little thread with who's coming on. So
I know.
because your
So,
spreadsheet is for you eyes only.
I gotta figure out how. Well, no.
Yeah,
I think
well,
I have to see if it's in the shared folder.
I know, but it's like multiple steps to get to the
Well,
source.
That's called security.
Security.
It's how the Russians don't hack our spreadsheet
Yeah.
and take our guests. Oh my goodness. So we have with us for the first time here in the NLG show a long-awaited multi-month whatever it was. He is one of the panel members from Noof Nukem's Good Morning Xbox. Mr. Eternal Shaddai. What's going on, brother? How are you?
Thank you. I'm actually, like I was telling Peter, I'm hot. Not only from the hype, but the weather is extremely hot, steamy, the works. So it's a mix of everything. So far, so good. Very hype for all the gaming news that happened in
yeah.
GamesCom. You don't even know. A little bit some disappointments, which I talked on other podcasts.
Ain't
Just,
no
I
such
said a
thing.
little. I said a little. I said
No
a
such
little.
thing.
Chris does not like disappointment, sir.
Oh, okay.
That's just not cool.
It's only a little, it's only a little. It's not
all
like
good,
something
brother.
huge.
You just let it out. You let it out. We're here for you.
No,
Happy to
everything is fine. Everything is
Don't
fine.
feel bad, Shaddai. When we get to Halo, I'm gonna have to have a shield of my own.
Yeah,
No holding back.
You just hit it right there. Yeah, the Halo thing. Yeah,
Oh, don't
you
worry,
hit
we're
it.
getting to Halo tonight. We
There's
didn't
no
get a
such
chance.
thing.
Oh,
No, but as long what matters is that it's still gonna we already have a release date. So when we get into that subject, there's a lot of things to say.
all right.
So I'm
See?
just hyped. I'm just hyped.
Interesting. Good stuff.
Yes,
Are we,
indeed.
Can't wait.
Thanos pumped.
No, I'm really hyped. Even though there was a lot of people with a lot of expectations, even though it was already very clear that they weren't going to show a lot of the big guns, but at least we got at least we got something.
All right. Well, we'll get into the Gamescom stuff as well. Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
I don't know nothing about that.
Oh,
Indie Gamer says, let out the negativity. 5 out of 10 for the Xbox show. All right, we're gonna get there. Oh yeah, we're gonna get there.
The
release
Trust me.
date is August 12th.
I know, right?
I don't know for which part of the game. Ooh. All right.
Oh, so, hey,
Ooh.
from my
Shots fired.
understanding, tomorrow they might release the main menu. Then
Oh,
it's gonna
boy.
be the pause, and then the select, and then might be the X and the Y button.
Whoa.
Oh
Easy.
boy.
It's coming into pieces.
This guy-
Well, when you look
Oh.
at Steam, it's I believe it's mentioned as DLC for the
Hey, as long as it's free,
campaign.
as
Oh.
long as it's free, that's what it matters.
And
Maybe
you
it's
buy
all
it.
DLC, multiplayer
Okay.
DLC. So it's
DLC,
just what
right.
you said. The menu. That's the core game.
That's the core game. That's the
Hey, you have-
preload.
hey, you have to know the front page of of everything. You're not gonna start right off the bat, to play the game.
That's right.
Right.
You're gonna get the music first.
Oh.
So
No,
Alright,
we might get the disc first. Whoever got physical, we get it first.
there you go.
Is it going to be a physical or is
Oh,
it
that's
all?
right. Xbox is killing
that's-
physical. I saw that somewhere. I read that. That's the other.
Yeah.
Xbox is killing physical. Sorry.
Yep. So
The
well,
only physical
you'll
you
get the,
can get is a steelbook. With a,
you'll get the
with a code.
disc on October 12th, but there won't be anything on it.
You get no disc. You only get controllers and a custom.
That sounds very familiar from EA.
That disc
You
is
get
just a DRM to get into the menu. Then you have to download all the DLC.
Man.
When you get the console, you only get the back of the controller, and then when the game releases, you get the front of the controller.
In parts, though. First, you get also the right thumbstick, and then 3 months
Oh
later,
my goodness.
next season, you get the last.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my god.
Already started. You see what you started? Eternal Shaddai.
I know,
I'm
man.
sorry?
We didn't even get a chance to introduce you yet.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. He just once he mentioned Halo, I just got
He goes-
drifted off.
He
and I'm
goes
like,
into
"Oh."
overdrive.
Wasn't that your first question? Can I stir shit up? Yes. Okay, can I come on the show? Yes. Okay.
Yes and yes.
Yes.
Come on, every once in a while this show has to have a little stirring.
Oh, yeah.
That is actually true.
So,
That is actually true.
That's how we
Just to
s-
have, we have to have a little fun. You know what I mean? So,
absolutely. I mean, we're the boring show. That's
Mhm.
who we are.
I-
We're the boring show.
Nah.
The Seinfeld.
I
of the
wouldn't
show.
say that. Every podcast is very interesting. We learn, people's different point of views, and that's how we learn through that. So
Absolutely.
that.
We
So
can't be too,
nothing is boring. Nothing is boring.
we can't
I'm
be
the
too
boring one.
When you're on the
I'm the
road,
boring
you
one.
call in the
Okay.
chat. It's like,
Yeah, I'm the boring one. Every single time when I say something like, he doesn't know what he's saying. I'm like, it's feedback. So I'm the boring one.
That's feedback. That is fantastic. So, well, it's great to have you with us tonight, brother
Thank you.
Shaddai. It's been we love having you in the chat, and we love when you jump into the parties, like when we're doing the live streams.
Yes.
And you're calling first time, long time listener, first time caller from the car. That's we love that. That's great. That's what so it makes you such a great part of the community. Is you're very friendly, and you do have a good presence on Good Morning Xbox. You really do. And
Yep.
so it's good to see you getting out and doing some podcasting, and I'm really glad that you came on with us tonight to talk games. You picked a good night for it. You did.
That was not for nothing, but that wasn't unexpected. It was just pretty much this is my vacation week. And when I heard that GamesCom was gonna pretty much be live during the week, I'm like, my goodness, I wasn't expecting that. I picked a good week. I really picked a good week.
Yes, you did. Well, let's put it this way: Gamescom picked a good week to do their show.
Yeah.
Just in
it's
case I
around the
didn't
same
steal,
time.
I didn't steal their plan. Just in case I didn't steal their plan, I'm like, you know what? Let me have this week for vacation. That wasn't planned.
Nice. Well, my vacation was last week, so it worked out great. I didn't
That
miss
is
any of
true.
this. Well, I missed
But
I missed some of the news, but I didn't miss Gamescom, so there was that.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, I saw. I know I saw the first part, but I wasn't expecting the what is it called? Night Gamescom night nightlife.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I really wasn't expecting that until I had to backtrack and watch it on YouTube to see what else they have shown. So I'm like, oh, okay. I really wasn't expecting this. So lately we have seen, I know Xbox did that one time that they did one part in one day and another part later the next day. I wasn't expecting that. And not for nothing, but I'm liking that because when you have so much information to give to the audience, so just give us anything that you have planned, just give it to us. We are always on the lookout to see what companies are going to actually show us for the now into the future of gaming.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really glad it's something different, but at least he keep us busy.
True.
Give us a little bit of news every day, just a little.
Just a little bit. I know. It's like a slow drip.
Slow
Hitting
drip.
To the fall.
Good to the last
Isn't
drop.
that a song? Young people.
Good to the last drop. That's a coffee commercial.
No. There's some song I heard for drip drip. Some song I've heard a couple young guys at work say that, but I'm old,
Drip,
so what do I know?
Drip.
Yeah, it's a saying. Some some music. Any gamer probably knows. He's hip.
Oh, there's some Cardi B song. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like that's a word. That's something. A catchphrase, like drip drip.
Oh.
Don't ask me what it means.
Oh, hold on. I just looked it up, and it is mainly it's mainly in the UK, used to describe a process in which something bad happens very slowly.
That's drip drip.
No,
That's
I'm
drip,
talking
drip.
about slang for
No, it's. I'm
music scene.
Well, I mean, if your coffee maker only says drip drip and then it stops,
all right. Well, then there's another.
that's definitely a bad day.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of songs called drip drip. I mean, it showed up in my feed. So I mean, De Niro says might want to get that looked at.
Yeah, probably too.
Oh.
It reminds me of another story. It's like that I read about drip drip. A guy, instead of using a condom, he used glue.
Oh.
And then died of complications and other stuff.
Oh, hold on.
There's no drip drip there.
Hang on.
So if you drip, it doesn't drip no more. Then
All right,
we're having
so
issues.
I just looked at.
Okay, Reprobate got to. He knows them. I mean, showing off.
Well,
In
yeah.
music,
Well,
world.
well. Let me just put it this way. There's about 6 or 7. Let's just say.
Are you looking at the Urban Dictionary?
Yeah, not so tasteful.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with I don't want to know anymore.
Ain't that something?
Oh my goodness. All right, people are starting to file in. Let me say hi to the chat real quick before I say hi to my brothers here. Let's see, starting from the top, we had Infinite and brother Doggy Dog was first in. So he was here waiting for us to get started. Brother Doggy's in the house. Infinite,
Best
who's
game room in the world.
Indeed. And brother Infinite, whose phone might have died by now. So he was in early as well. Brother Qeorge Games, who unfortunately for us, fortunately for him, he's got a new job. He's starting to work at Amazon, but it's going to be a 6 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. shift Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. So unfortunately, for the foreseeable future, he will not be in our live chat. I'm sorry to hear that. We love you, Qeorge, but gotta do what you gotta do, brother.
There's restaurant breaks, sir.
There you go. Sister AssassinLupa in the
hang
house.
on with Amazon though.
Well,
You
yeah.
only have like 30. You only have like less than 12 minutes. 12 seconds.
Brother Indie Gamer, who is chomping at the bit to talk about the Xbox Gamescom conference. So we're gonna get there. Brother Brian F is in the house. We have got Back from the Dead, our brother who at some point, sometime before the four of us die, will finish up Halo 4.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we know when the
sometime.
release date is, so we know, we got to do it
Yes.
before then.
Yeah.
Brother Rich.
It takes
from
us more
Bacon
than
Ice
3
Cream.
months to get the band together, so it's okay.
I know. Brother Rich from Bacon Ice Cream Productions, who has been flooding with
Oh, yeah.
Master System football games. Man, you gotta check
Yes.
that out. That is very good stuff. We have, who else is Timmy? Timmy is in the room. De Niro, Brother De Niro, welcome, Brother De Niro. Reprobate, it is great to see you getting in the chat again, brother. We have missed you. I know it's sparingly when you can hook up and get in here, but man, it's always great to see you. Brother Fun Speculation, Brother Mav, and Sister Caitlin are both here. Lady Foxfire, Sister Lady Foxfire is here. People are starting to file in. We are going to have a good time tonight.
You mentioned Sister Lupa.
I did mention Sister Lupa. I sure did. So, Chris, what's going on, man?
Yes.
Why are you hiding?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Huh?
I think you're hiding.
He's still on his Xbox
Oh.
onesie that he doesn't want to show off.
I want one of those. I want that, and I want it to come with the. I want it to come when I get my mini fridge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
That is going to be interesting.
I don't think it's-
Aaron said, stay tuned
I don't think it's coming.
till the holidays. That's what he said.
Don't think it's coming.
Holiday win.
I think
Yeah.
it's coming.
I want
Chris,
to
are
know.
you that upset that you almost broke the Master Chief
I
figure?
know, man. The warthog is falling off. Hang on.
He said you will not speak ill of
No.
Yeah.
the
You are
Xbox
not ready to
conference.
be released
Shaddai.
until a couple of months. So you're not going to break tonight.
Quick shout out to Reprobate for the $4.99 super chat. Have a good show,
Yes,
fellas.
sir.
We appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank
very
Thank
you.
you, sir. So, hey, you know what? That does remind me. We got an awful lot of green in that chat. Awful lot of icons in there. Awful
Man,
lot
that makes
of
us sound like we're an Xbox show. Come on, now.
yeah. A little bit of blue. There's a little bit of there's a little bit of PlayStation blue in there.
That's why we
So-
asked your dad to show up in the
So-
blue. It's like, kind of like
That's right.
balance
So,
it out.
Since we have so many Friends of NLG channel members in the chat tonight, let's say we give something away. Let's say we give some
Yeah.
merch away. What do you guys think?
Yes.
Let me pull up the wheel of names.
Member giveaway, and then let's do another giveaway for
For everyone else.
gift card
All right.
of choice.
That sounds good. All right, let me start putting some channel members in the chat here. And if you'd like to become a channel member, it is a very easy thing to do. Just click that join button. We have one tier and one tier only. It is our $1.99 a month tier. That helps us to do great things like give away stuff for you guys, which of course helps our awesome graphic designer. I thought I saw Jay in here. Did I
Yeah,
see?
Yeah,
Did I miss
All Hell
Jay?
Jay was here.
Did I miss
Yeah.
Daddy Jay? I scrolled down and I didn't see him. You know why? Because I got the top chat going. I hate that. I hate top. I don't know what. Can you explain to me the difference between regular chat or live chat and top chat? What the hell? No.
Yeah. I don't
Hey,
know.
at least Jay's right there. And you're like, he almost missed tonight. Glad he made it.
He wasn't in the top chat. So I'm going through every. Who else did I miss that I'm sorry I missed?
To Bacon Ice Cream Productions.
Infinite.
I did
but
get.
he-
I
Yeah,
got
man.
Infinite. I
Yeah,
got
Born
Bacon.
Distracted just showed up.
Yep.
He says I
Uh,
could use a Series X.
We're not giving that away.
No. Actually, I have one for sale. Slightly used.
Aha.
Maui.
And by slightly, he means like he's used it every day, but it's still in good shape.
Yeah. Not a scratch on it.
Not a scratch on it. All right, hang on. Let me see who else I'm in. Oh, Back from the Dead. I got Infinite, Lupa, Qeorge, Indy, Rich, Back. Who else is in here that is a friend of NLG?
I think you got pretty much everything. Doggy Dog was the first that I saw. You got Brian.
He's
F?
more of a lavender. Did I get Brian? Brian will be in for the. Let me see. Brian will be in for the gift card. So the channel member giveaway is gonna be for Birch.
I got you.
So. All right. So Chris, how you doing, man? What's been the
It's a busy week, but I did get some gaming in earlier.
Nice.
Some Death's Door.
Yeah, talk to us about that. Talk to us about that game for a second, because I haven't played it, but of course it got a ton of hype.
No, I highly recommend it. It's a challenging game. The character is pretty cool. It's a crow, and you start off with a sword that's glowing red, but it kind of looks like you're a Jedi crow in a way.
He just read my mind.
Crow.
Yeah,
A Jedi crow. I love it.
But what he's doing is collecting souls, but there's some doors there's some other crows that go out there to collect souls, but they're lost. So right now you're the only crow that's going out there collecting souls, and so you got to get through some of these doors, and you got to be able to get through areas to unlock the doors. It's a challenging game. You got some mini bosses, and then you got, of course, the main boss. So one of the main bosses that I beat the witch, and right now I'm fighting the king frog, and so pretty tough. I mean, I died quite a bit, and I just keep at it, and eventually you get it, but it does get frustrating. You hear me cuss once in a while, but it's a very beautiful game. With interesting characters in the world, and just the different worlds. Like you got the world with the witch, you got the here, like you're out in the wilderness. Then you go hit the frog, and it's in the water, kind of swampy area. The action, the combat, it's great. I mean, you have different weapons you can pick up. You start off with the sword. But I have an axe, and I have like a twin blade. They all have their different abilities. Some are faster, more damage. So you kind of pick and choose. You also have side abilities where you could do bow and arrow. You could throw a fireball, or you could throw like a bomb. And what's cool is that sometimes you need to use those, the bow and arrow for certain things. The fireball, there's some puzzle solving stuff that go along with some of that. I finally unlocked the bomb, so I was able to use that to take out some walls and get into other areas that I couldn't before. So that it's a clever game. I mean, you see areas where I can't get there. Finally, you're able to unlock abilities, and then you can go back and get to those areas. So the music is great. To me, I would not be surprised if this game wins. Either nominated for Game of the Year or win Indie Game of the Year.
Oh.
So it's up there. So I go play it. It's worth the money. I think I bought it day one, $19. You don't have to. It's not a Game Pass, but that's okay. If you have Game Pass, you're saving money, and go pick up games like this. So I haven't been streaming. But I throw a little clips here and there. When I beat the witch and so on. But I wish Xbox would do more with that. Let you record a little bit longer and you can go in and kind of edit it. Of course, they had something like that before, remember? And then that's gone, right?
Well, what you can do is you can record. I think you can record up to 5 minutes, maybe a little more.
5 minutes, but then if you share it to Twitter, then
you have to trim it down.
An editing deal where you can only capture so much.
Right, you can trim it down to like
kind of weird,
couple minutes. But the other thing you could do with the Xbox Companion app on the PC is you can actually, once that clip's uploaded to Xbox Live, you can download it to your PC, and then you can use whatever.
I mean,
and indie gamers, right? If you get an external hard drive, you can record up to an hour.
I do have one, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Cool. But no, definitely. If you haven't played it, go check it out. You can play it Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. So. I beat Ono. I don't know if I said that last time. No, we didn't have last week, so I beat that one game. O-N-O. O-M-No, or, if I'm saying it right. That was a great game. Fun and relaxing. And, and I made a comment saying, you go from Death's Door, and then if you want to relax, go play O-M-No. So, that one had a surprise ending. Because you're going through the world, and it's a beautiful world, but you get messages throughout the world. You get these little books that you can go, it's like a completion, in one area, and they're floating, and they have messages, and some of the messages make it sound like it's you want to get to the light, you want to escape, get away from the world you're in or whatever. But it's a surprise ending in the end, so I don't want to spoil it, but I like to hear what other people think when they get to the end. So,
okay.
Me and Andy kind of talked about it a little bit. So, other than that, last Saturday, some community game night, played Sonic Team Racing. So I bought that just so I could play with the guys last week, and that was fun. Kind of a clone of Mario Kart, but but I like those games.
Nice.
But other than that, not much. I still need to get back to Assassin.
Oh man.
Valhalla. I need to get.
Oh, now with that update.
Yeah, Last Stop. I need to get back to playing that. I think I finished the first 3 stories, right? And then it starts another 3.
No,
kind of continuation.
It culminates. I finished Last Stop. It kind of culminates 3 stories into one, with a bunch of different chapters, but
you know how the first 3 characters in the train, right? You do those 3 parts, right?
Correct.
And then when you finish them, then it comes back, and then you have 3 more parts to do, and that's where I'm at. So, and I'm sure it won't take long after that. Well, the 3 characters, the first 3 characters in the train, you pick which one you want to do, right?
Right.
And so I did each one.
Right, so did I.
And then when you're done with those 3, then it comes back to the train, and you have 3 more characters. I guess a continuation. I think a couple of them are the same, and one of them was different. But I think, like you're saying, it's a continuation, and then it all rolls into one, right? But I'm not there yet, so.
Yeah, I finished it. It didn't do that for me.
I don't know.
What happened was,
cool.
Yeah, what happened was at one point, all 3 characters kind of converged into the end of the story, and then once I got done the credits, I could either pick a chapter. Okay, so it's not quite what. Yeah, it's a little different than what you're thinking, but it was It was a different game.
Yeah,
Definitely,
yeah.
Definitely not not an action platformer by any stretch.
No.
So, if you're into narrative type games that
Yeah.
you can't lose, you can't die in, is your game.
Yeah.
Reminded me of Tacoma, honestly, in that way.
Yeah, you're just kind of exploring, and then you're unlocking, or you discover more to the story.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Yeah, it was. I agree. So, excellent. And how are you doing, Mr. Peter?
Doing great.
How was your week?
Last week we streamed some 12 minutes.
Yeah, for
It was
5
more than
hours.
12 minutes. It's like, I don't know. I think I streamed for 2.5 hours or something.
I
like
enjoyed
that.
watching you play, though, Peter.
And that was funny. I mean, that game is funny with a live chat and people's like,
It is,
have you tried this? Have you tried that?
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool. And at that point, I kind of got stuck, and I finished the stream, and I don't know if I did dishes or did something else. I came back, like, let me try one more thing. So I tried one more thing, and then you get one step farther, and then I decided to install on PC to the Game Pass PC deal, and the game doesn't work. It did not work. There was a bug with syncing up your cloud save, so that kind of got all jacked up. So I waited, and today I saw there was a patch. Got all happy, installed it, ran it, and I got a screen with a square on it, and it was stuck. And I thought that's kind of strange. So I uninstalled the game, reinstalled it, and now it's working fine. So I'm playing it on PC, so I can use a mouse with it. I think on the Xbox you can use a mouse too, but it's kind of like a little hassle in my setup. So I thought I'd play it on PC, and that game is it's a little different than I expected it to be. Because I thought, like, I thought there was more like a progression, like, a more linear progression with after you finish certain parts, but you kind of keep starting over again. Like, I finally survived 2 days. Like, hey, they both survived. All happy. And then it's like, bam, start over from square one. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
And then you have certain dialogue that's like, it's like you don't get anything, and you do something in a slightly different sequence of things, and then you get one more option, and it's like I don't know. It's like a little bit pulling teeth at times, but there's some progression right now, and so we'll see if I can get some more endings, I guess.
I'm gonna
pass.
Well,
I already played.
No.
Because we were at a party and you were still playing. I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, you should just install now and play something else.
Well, here's my issue. I'm starting to understand why there was so little shown on that game. I kept saying
the same thing over and over again.
When are we going to see more on 12 minutes? And I should have known when the game was only about 2 gigs in size. Something was amiss.
That's all you need when you're replaying it.
I'm in that camp that like you, Peter. It was not the game that I thought it was. It's not the game I thought it was going to be. I played it for about 2 hours myself, and I don't know if maybe here's where my issue is. No matter what happens, you have to spend so much time starting over. Now,
and you mess up one little thing, it's like, crap.
Right.
You have to redo the whole scene again because, it's by accident you forgot to stuff something in your pocket. It's like, crap. So you do it 20 million more times because, after a while you get kind of like, you're rushing it and you still forget to do, each time you forget to do something else or go somewhere else, or you run out of time because who knows what.
And I
But-
can't. Right, and it's like you can't.
But when you discover something, an item, or you learn something new in the first 112 minutes, and then you go through a loop, the next one doesn't. That help open up certain dialogue.
Sometimes,
can
but
go
sometimes
ask-
you have to do something completely different in order for it to reference back what you've learned. But yeah, it's a little tedious at
Yeah.
times.
Because
and
I read somewhere someone said you can't focus so much on trying to take out the cop, right? To subdue him or whatever. That you have to keep going through the dialogue and this and that to get through it. There's different approaches to it, and that's what's unique, I think. And I get y'all's frustration because
Right.
it's like you're trying to do this and this and that, and it's like you're just keep starting over.
Right. But also, like at one point, you saw my playthrough. There was a phone, and I made a call, and there were like 3 options, and it was like I picked one. It's like, and I kind of regret picking that one, but there's no way of getting out of it. And then, bam, you have the next loop, and then I never got that one option that I wanted to pick.
right.
It's like, yeah. That's the frustrating part.
It is. It's and there's so many things you can do, but so far none of them work. I mean, I've gone through all the dialogue, and there's some dialogue that you can't even do. You know.
Yeah. And
there's
it's
some
just the
things-
sequence of particular. It's the order of things you do that matters
Yeah.
at times too.
Right. You know.
And then all of a sudden, like, you think you've exhausted all the options, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, I can talk this to my wife now. Why now? I don't know where that option came from because I
Right.
didn't really do anything. But all of a sudden, like, there it is, and you
Right.
go that route, and bam, it's opened up, and have more things to try.
Yeah.
I
I
have
mean,
fun speculation. He goes, the magic of the game is played inside your head by
True.
thinking.
and
Some
I'm
people
not ready
maybe
to-
overthink it.
I may not.
It's more when you're not playing the game, when you think about the game. It's like,
Right.
oh, what about this, and go through all those options, and then
Right.
but then you start playing it, and you can't do any of that what you thought you were gonna do. But
Yeah, it's just the starting over bit. It's just
Yeah,
the
no,
constant starting over. That's the part
and
that
you don't feel like you progressed in that even though you have those loops, you don't feel like there's no indicator that you really progressed in the loops
Yeah.
and in the thoughts of reaching a conclusion or going to. I believe there are multiple endings to a certain ending. It's like, how far along are we? I survived. Thought I was done. No, not done.
Yeah.
Next loop, I guess. Was
Yeah,
was it a finish of a full loop and an actual thing like, hey, or did I
Right,
miss
it's-
something else? That
right. It's like you're right.
I don't know. There's nothing that will tell you like, hey, like a little
Ooh,
pat on the back
Shadowgate.
saying like, hey, good job.
There's times in the game
Try something
where
else.
where you're going, all right, I made it, I got it. All right, no
Yeah.
one died, everything's good, and then you just loop, and you're like, what?
And then you loop, and it's like,
right, and with no
was that a
explanation,
successful loop,
with
or did
no,
I forgot to water the plants
with no,
in the loop? You know?
with no explanation whatsoever as to what you did wrong. And maybe that's
Right.
what it is. Maybe that's what it. Like I'm not expecting. Like there's some obvious ones, obviously, right? So you get up, and you're still handcuffed, so he beats you down, and or things like there's obvious pieces, but it's the not obvious ones that get you angry. You're like going, okay, this is I've gotten farther than I've gotten. We're getting somewhere. I'm gonna make it. Okay, and then out of nowhere, like mid conversation with the cop, you loop, and you're like, what? Tell me what I did wrong.
Yeah.
Tell me what I need to change.
But,
It's just weird.
Are there audio cues in there when you unlock something new? Because today it almost seemed like I had a little audio cue of like little piano where it's almost like that.
I didn't.
What's
pay
that? What's
attention to
that detective game with Phelps or whatever his name was? Remember the?
Are you talking about like LA Noir?
No. Snap. What's that?
Noter.
No. I think that studio went bankrupt after this game, so they never made a sequel. Let's see what is.
Oh, is it
Yeah, that one.
yeah,
Ring
it
of the
came out in
Detective.
it came out in episodes.
No, was it?
Was
No.
it an indie game?
Let me see. Let me see if we can
Talking
find
about
it.
Sherlock Holmes.
No.
No, they keep making those.
Chet, help me out. Getting old.
Dick Tracy.
How long ago?
L.A. Noir. Yeah, you're right. Didn't you say
Yeah,
that?
well, I didn't hear you.
I know.
Right. Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
the first. They always say the first thing to go is your.
Yeah, it's almost
Oh,
like that.
man.
Remember when you also have the little audio cue, like, you know, the little chime thing when you discover something?
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm
You gotta
not.
do what, like Qeorge said. You know, he beat Shadowgate, and remember back then. I don't know if y'all played it, but it's one of those games that's a puzzle solving
Mhm.
kind of a maze, right? And so as a kid, you get that what's it, graphic paper or whatever, and you go and you map it out. Okay, I went here, and then this happened, or if I open this door. So maybe that's what you need to do. Bust out some paper, and then as you're playing, you're like, okay, I did this, and I asked this, and this is what happened. You got to map it out.
You know that
Flow
one
chart.
game with the damn, that name escaped me too. With the with those robots that we played on PlayStation, like
Those robots that we played.
the
on
the
PlayStation.
AI robots.
On
Um,
the game that comes with it, the PS5.
No. Let me see if I have it down here.
Oh, Detroit
Game?
Becomes Human.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Remember where you have
Okay.
you have that whole tree, right? So you know what branch you did and what options you picked, etc. And based on that, you can decide what to do next or not to do. Kind of wish this game had something like that.
Well,
yeah,
it-
and again,
the
it's
only-
been a rough week with work and stuff. I worked way too long and still need
I
to
think-
get my gaming fix in. So
I think
I'm a little frazzled.
I think part of the issue is it does do that to an extent where like the dialogue that you've already been through is grayed out. Not great. I mean, you can still pick it, but it's gray.
Yeah,
So
but the thing is, like, you have to pick items that you've already picked because it will open up other stuff. So just because it's grayed out, it's like, yeah, you picked it once, but you still have to pick it again in order to make stuff happen. Again.
But you got to pick up on the clues too. Like, remember, she says, "Oh, I'm glad you're home. I made dessert."
Yeah.
And so maybe if you follow through with those things, like, okay, she made dessert, let me go fridge and get it, and try to, and maybe that helps. But yeah, it's interesting, when watching you but it's funny how like Lupa said she found it easy. Some people are like,
Yeah, but here there's certain stupid things in the game. Like there's a picture on the fridge, so I picked the picture, and a cop came on there and whatever, and I showed this picture, and he's like, and then we're sitting down, and it's like, and she says like, look at the picture on the fridge. It's like, lady, I just have it in my hand. Are you blind? And the cop goes to the fridge. There's no picture. Bam. Beat me up, dead. Next loop. So now it's like, okay, let's leave that picture alone. That's things like that. That's the frustrating part. It's like that doesn't make any sense. It's like, you shove it in his face, and it's like, no, it has to be on the fridge. I mean, that's a weakness.
yeah, Lupa, I did play Call of the Sea. I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
I have not
I have not.
tried that game. I still want to
But
play
that was not. I don't think that would be as on the level of complicated as 12 minutes.
Oh, the other thing is trying to prove to your wife that the time loop is happening.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I tried it, and then today I did it. It's like, oh yeah, now she believes me. And it's like, I didn't do anything different. It's like, what changed? Just a different day changed?
Right.
What the heck? Playing on
Right.
PC changed it because PC Master Race? Now it's like, hell yeah, those guys tell the truth. Like, what the hell?
Oh,
Listen
my
to
goodness.
Lupa. She's giving you clues.
All about
Well,
what
the
you do
picture's
and when you
important?
do it.
Yeah.
I know that picture's important.
You know how many mistakes I have made for 12
They
minutes
ran out of toilet
just
paper
because I
too.
wanted just because I wanted it to give it a try how it works. From eating the cupcake to finding the surprise to a lot of things. I'm like, oh, I think I wasn't supposed to do this. I made a lot of mistakes.
But then you
So-
cannot like rewind a little bit. It's like, oh, oops, didn't mean to do that. It's like, oh, for
No,
instance, you drag a picture and she's sitting on the couch and you give her something, and by accident you're 1 pixel lower, and then you click on the couch, or all of a sudden you lose an item and you give it to her. The loop is dead. You know, you need an item, but now she has it. You can't take it back.
No,
You
and that's the
pickpocket
thing that
your
I
own life,
didn't
kind
know. That's the thing that I didn't know. You could actually rewind it, because I saw the icon turning from rewind to play. I'm like, what is it? I could
Is it
actually
rewind or
rewind
fast
it.
forward?
For me, it did to me one rewind,
You
one
can
play, and
rewind?
one. Yeah, a
What?
little. I think
How
it was
do
like
you rewind?
I don't know. It just happened. I just found that out. I'm like,
Eh.
what? What is? I'm like, oh, I could rewind it, because when I saw the character kind of going back, I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, I could do this, but I don't know for how long you could rewind it. Probably a couple of like 15 seconds or so. I know it's not that much, but when I saw that, but yes, I have seen when you could actually fast forward, and of course the play. But that happened to me rare. That's very rare. Just because I wanted it to find out how I did that, I was just experimenting how the game works, the stuff that you could do or not do. It was very responsive of the of the AI. Everything that you do, she will answer you like, why you did this, why you did that. Oh no, I don't want this, I don't want that. And I never seen that, like she actually reacts to everything that you do in the game. I'm like, what? Like, no, I don't want it. Let's eat cupcake. Nope. But
Yeah.
no, I'm like, but what did I do? Nope, I'm going to
soup
my
for you.
room. But honey, come here. Nope.
Hey, let me tell you something. The real problem is that we're a bunch of men playing a game where you're supposed to pay attention to the wife. She's trying to give you clues and hints.
Isn't that
and
why
we're
we're
not
playing
picking
games
up
to
on it.
kind of like?
Yo,
So in
but,
real life, it's 12 minutes. talking
Wait,
to
wait,
your
wait, wait.
wife.
No,
You're not
but
going to understand everything she said. You're going to
But
forget things.
sometimes you have to be very specific, or you gotta give
but-
you gotta say, so we could understand. Like I did. I don't know what was going on. Okay, she got out, gave me the kiss, whatever. I went to, anybody could go to the fridge and get something to eat. How I was supposed to know that I wasn't supposed to eat the cupcakes? No, how was I supposed to know?
You're not listening. See, that's the problem. Look at AssassinLupa beat it because she's a woman. She understands. She
Probably.
listens to the wife.
But
we
yeah,
men, we failed.
but see, it's like
but-
it's like in real life where we're tired from work. Let me get
Okay,
something
hold
to
on.
eat.
Leave me
Or get
Before we
something
go
to
any
drink.
further, hold on.
No,
Before we
no,
go any
Thanks
further,
a lot. You just ruined the surprise. Thanks a lot. I'm like, oh, what? So I'm like, that's okay.
before we go any
Reset.
further, the
Didn't
views and
listen.
opinions
Didn't
expressed may or may not represent.
The guy was hungry. What do you expect?
Yeah, exactly. He
I-
came home. Yeah.
Yeah, he came. You know what? Not for nothing. The first reaction that I had, I'm like, you know what? Let me play as Sims, because that's what it was. But with better graphics, of course, a little bit better graphics. I'm like, you know what? Let me play like Sims. I know, she got out of the bathroom fine, but I wasn't expecting the rest of it. I didn't know I had a surprise. I didn't know I had another surprise. I didn't know he was gonna get shot. I didn't know anything. So, it's called trial and error. Yeah, of course he's going to get mad.
A lot
but
of
it's
error.
still- yeah,
That's a
trial
lot
and
of error.
Hey,
That's
you
like
learn from it.
Marriage. 12 minutes, 12 years. it
Oh,
don't matter.
but the first time when he gets electrocuted and he falls down, and then the comment is like, "Oh, I was glad I was wearing rubber shoes.
No.
I mean, rubber soles on my shoes."
No, she was so mad that she got shocked. I'm like, what the heck just happened? I'm like, she was that mad. I'm like, what the heck just happened? I have to go over there. I'm like, oh yeah, I had to fix it. I'm like, yeah. So I did it again in so many, I did it in so many ways. I didn't know anything about the cop. The only thing that I could remember is he punched me on my face. I'm like, man.
Repeatedly.
Left
I'm
cheek,
like,
right
what?
cheek. Dang.
No matter what it was, he even choked me because I'm like, wait, I got verbally abused, I got physical abuse, I got everything abused, hungry abuse, whatever you can
Sometimes
find.
you're just laying down and you kind of get like,
At some
Teabag
point,
on the
yeah.
at some point,
No,
I
I'm
just got frustrated and stabbed her.
No, that didn't
They do
happen.
that in
First
real
time he
life.
tried to
Didn't
do is
happen.
like, I wouldn't do
Well, in a
that or
game you
something,
can.
whatever he said.
Well, but
Like,
what's
so I
funny
never
is
persisted.
she's laying there dead. The cop comes into the room and acts like it goes through the same motions without even realizing that she's on the floor in a pool of her own blood.
Arrest her and...
Right, she's still
Yeah.
trying to arrest her.
Yeah, man. I'm like, yo, wait.
Hey,
Is that the guy
maybe
from
he thought it was
Hitman?
the time of the month, you know?
Yo, when I first saw the guy, I'm like, wait a minute, is that the guy from
Oh,
Hitman?
whoa,
Am-
okay,
am I
okay.
being- am
Let
I-
me look. Hold on, I'm
am I
looking
being
around. I'm
chased?
looking around for my wife real quick. Oh, that's right. I have headphones on. She can't hear us.
But yeah,
Hey,
that game is, is really neat. You
What
know,
did y'all think about the acting? I tell you what, I really love William Dafoe.
Oh, I love Willem Dafoe. Love Willem
just
Dafoe.
got the voice, the tone. That I love everything he does. His acting.
Is that the cop?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
oh, I thought he was the main character. That's what I thought. I thought he was the main character in the voice.
No, James McAvoy is the.
McAvoy was the
Okay.
And then
But
what's her name from Star Wars? Was the
Daisy Ridley.
yeah.
Which I don't hear her. I don't hear it.
Of course. What
Yeah,
what can she say? She's mad. She's not gonna talk to you unless if you talk to her.
No, I'm
you piss her
saying
off, you're done.
I don't hear Daisy Ridley's maybe because she's trying to use an American accent. I don't hear her.
Well, she's young. She's a new act. You know what I mean? Willem Dafoe. He's so well known. You hear his voice, you're like, oh shit, that's him.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised he didn't use the gobbling laughter just when he's punching.
Right.
While he was punching me, I'm like, oh man, okay. This is going way beyond the game now. Now he's becoming a villain right now. So.
But now each time when when the wife comes out of the bathroom, he's like very distant. Like she comes like, "Hi, honey," and he's like, "Oh, wait a minute."
Right.
what?
One time he's
It's
like, "Oh yeah,
I can't even give her a hug anymore." What the heck?
yeah." That's because she knows.
She knows. No, he knows.
Oh, yeah.
She doesn't
No, how
know.
Well, he knows, right?
Yeah.
Starts asking her about that damn watch she won't talk about.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Kept asking her, what time is it?
She be stressing that cupcake. I got a surprise cupcake.
Yeah.
I'm like, forget the cupcake.
Exactly, yeah.
Forget the cupcake.
Big fish to
So-
fry.
Yeah, she was trying to give me some diabetes on those damn on those
Hey.
cupcakes. You're stressing those cupcakes.
What you should do is play the game with your wife. She will probably pick up on things that you're not picking up on, and that you'll probably beat the game.
So in other
know,
words, I get double the punishment. She will not talk to me in real life and even on the game. So that's a really smart move.
Saying,
Yeah.
I'm like,
honey.
honey, I have to. Yeah, you're like that in real life. I'm like, oh boy, you know what? This game is not for me or for both. That's okay. 12 minutes of only marriage and just break up. I'm like, oh man. No, but the game is good. The game is good. Like I said, I only play for at least 20 minutes because I got so used to playing another game. So
Lupa said, "I'm giving no spoilers, but you guys are killing me right now."
pretty much.
Oh
I haven't
man.
even played it, but I had fun watching Peter. So but I'll pick it up though.
Yeah.
It's in Game Pass. I mean,
Yeah. No, I just haven't got around.
It's worth your
stuff.
time messing around with it.
yeah, I'm not saying I'm not gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to it. I got.
Quick
Well,
shout out to ItalianClownz for $10
Clowns.
super
Oh, I
chat.
haven't
Keep
seen him
on
for a
rocking,
while.
Gamers United
Oh, man.
Guild.
Brother Clowns
Thank you, brother.
who,
Clowns.
brother.
Long time I haven't seen the guy. Oh boy.
had a hell of a show earlier himself. 4G TV.
Isn't that 4G QTV?
4G Q, right? 4G QTV. So, had a great show earlier on. Had our brother Lemon, who will be on in a couple weeks with us too, and the always entertaining brother Cerebral Paul. So
Okay.
yeah, yes. So it was a
He's
fun
very
show to
interesting.
listen to. So, all right. So it's already 10 o'clock, and I didn't even get to what I wrote to even really, truly introducing Shaddai.
So there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes, yes.
Eternal
And
Shaddai.
that's the reason why I'm in the prison. I always get the life. I'm kidding.
Oh my goodness.
Jennings popped in. What's up, Lance?
Yeah. So we got a bunch of new people. I know I've been saying hi to them in chat, but Brother Monkey Punch came in. Brother Pong Soul is here. Brother Big Daddy Game Studio is here. I did say hi to Timmy, didn't I? Did I say hi to Timmy earlier?
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
Hi
Right.
again.
Brother, hi again. Brother Geeks with Cash, Brother Nick, Project Jeff, Brother Jeff is in the house. Who else?
Alexis Ava.
Cousin Born. Who else?
Alexis.
I was getting there. Alexis Valve. Is it Alexis? I can't tell. I can't tell if it's Alex.
Alex.
I think it's
Isabel.
Alex. Alex is a Valve.
Alex is a Valve.
Yes. I'm pretty sure that's a capital I. I need to put my glasses on. Guys, I am getting old to the point where I am going to need like actual glasses to see.
To the point of no
That was
return.
Yeah, it's Alex is a Valve.
yeah. And of course, brother
Eye-opening
Clowns.
experience.
Yeah. Yeah. Alex is a Valve. Or as Fun says, Mav says, Alex is a Volva.
There you go.
All right, let me add Brother Lance Jennings. So those of you who have come
Be right
in a little late, we have the wheel of we had the first wheel of names here for our friends of NLG, our channel members. We're going to give away a little merch tonight. So those of you who are rocking the green with the icons, you got a shot. And then we're going to give away for everyone else, we're going to give away a gift card tonight. Our way of saying thank you guys for all that you guys do to support us and being here every week to come hang out in what I love to see as one of the best chat rooms out there. So, Brother Jesse Darby has come into the room as well. By the way, don't forget, if you we're gonna talk Xbox, and we know Brother Mav, Sister Caitlin, Pong Soul, and the Magnificent Seven are gonna be on tomorrow night with Xbox Ultimate. You're gonna want to definitely check them out because after we talk about the GamesCom Xbox conference, I am definitely interested in what they have to say. So very much so. So back to Shaddai, my brother Shaddai. If you've watched us enough, you know this is what I like to do. This is what we do with every guest that has ever come on, no matter who they are. We want to know.
Is your name Eternal Shaddai? It's for the lie detector test, the calibration.
Right.
Just kidding. Continue.
I'm kidding. I was about to say.
All right. And the lie detector says,
Ding, ding, ding. All right.
No, that is
calibration,
correct.
right?
you
Like,
are
we're good.
not the father. Oh, no, that's the wrong show. All right. All right. So we want to hear about young, up and coming gaming Shaddai. How did young man Shaddai get into gaming? What did you play growing up? We want the history. We always tend to get some good nugget from our guests, something we didn't know about, especially listening to you on other shows. We want to get into you a little bit. Tell us a little bit about young Shaddai and how he got into gaming and what he was playing.
Okay. I'm thinking 6-year-old. So we're talking about, let's say 1988, somewhere along the line.
A youngin.
So I started with the NES. The game, games on that year is just expensive like now. So it's like back to the future. Now it's into the 70s, the same similar to back then. I didn't have that many games. Not for nothing, I only had one for quite some time. My friend is the one who let me borrow a couple of games. So I got involved into the NES. My favorite one during that year was Ninja Gaiden 2.
Ooh.
So, so very hard game, and not only that, I was surrounded by Mega Man. Very fan of Mega Man and Ninja Gaiden. As time passes, for me, it took me a while to get into gaming because we didn't have that money like that. We didn't have the money like that, and from moving from Puerto Rico in '94 to the United States. So I missed a lot from the Super Nintendo and the Genesis, even though the Genesis was there, but I never got that. Then I started getting into a PlayStation 1. I was into the Onimushas and Resident Evils and all that. The reason why I'm cutting a little bit is because it was so hard for me to get whatever games I want, but usually I got the same. Mega Man. Like I said, I like anything that is samurai or shinobi games. That's why I like Sekiro, but at the same time, that's why I don't play it because it's so hard. but then when I got serious, it was more PlayStation 2, the OG Xbox One, and the Nintendo. I'm not gonna say 64 because I know my friend let me borrow it, but it was more PlayStation and.
But you played it.
But I played it. Yeah, especially Ocarina of Time. I took a lot of time for that one. I dedicated a lot of time. On the PlayStation 2, Final Fantasy X, a lot. More of Onimusha. Metal Gear. That's why when we first started, you were like, "What is that? Heroic Snake Eater?" That's a story. Like I said, on the 360, the machine took it for me when I wasn't very creative on names. I'm like, whatever. I got lazy, let the machine take it. But during those times, I know I had the PlayStation 2. Final Fantasy 9 is one of my favorite on the PlayStation 1, even though for a lot of people it was Final Fantasy 7. But I came late to the party for when it comes to Final Fantasy because JRPG wasn't for me because I was more into the Siphon Filter, the shooters, the adventures, all that, until my friend told me to try it. I tried Final Fantasy 9. That's one of my favorites. Until PlayStation 2 with Final Fantasy 10. That's one of the best. Then I got the OG. Now, that's when the transition kind of changed. For some reason, I was like, you know what? I feel that it's Nintendo and PlayStation. Everybody got it. I was not feeling. For some reason, I wasn't feeling it. I'm like, I need something new. So I did the craziest thing. I traded in my PlayStation 2, my Nintendo, and I'm like, give me the Xbox. And since then, I stick into the Xbox. But I always had the 360, the PlayStation 3s, the PlayStation 4s, but for me, it felt that it was the same. What makes it so different is pretty much exclusives, but other than that, it's the same. I got into the Xbox. I just got into the Xbox until now that I have the Series X since it first launched. I was lucky to have it cheap compared to, due to the scalpers at this time.
Yeah.
So I got it pretty much at regular price. And what more can I say when it comes to how did I got into content and podcasting? It first started as, I don't know if you guys ever heard this. It was quite some time. It used to it's still called Tick Podcast or
The Inner Circle.
The Inner Circle. Yes.
Yep. I remember them.
Right. Yeah, right. So I got into that, but it wasn't podcasting. It was more like I was in charge of socials, into the Twitter question of the days and all that, trying to keep people engaged into the channel. Whatever came up to mind. Sometimes it was like something simple. Sometimes it was a question a little bit harder, depending on the day, depending on the mood. Then after that, as time passes, I wanted it to know any podcasters. Like, I got not involved, but I was just following a lot of, I really, follow a lot of people until I removed a couple because I'm like, this one is not for me. Then I added another one depending. And shortly enough, I remember this. Then I created a Twitter account, which it was pretty much I know it was Heroic Snake Eater before I changed it to Eternal Shaddai. And actually, Noof was the first one to invite me. Gaming After Dark. That was my first podcast for me. Then after that one, I was invited for Scumcast with Luca. I'm like, all right. And she created a podcast. Other than Scumcast, she created another one called New Bloods. So she started inviting some other people, including me. And we started talking like that. Then after that, I just kept on playing, talking, being part of the community, including you guys like that. I'm like, oh, okay, I subscribe. I started writing. I'm like, you know what? I like what they say. Noof make me laugh, especially when it comes to Gaming After Dark. Scumcast is crazy. That's why I follow them too. Dealer is one of those. Colt is another one. So, content that gets me engaged. That's how I started. And shortly enough, that's how I got invited, into podcasting. And usually I stream through Twitch and, I stream here and there. But now I'm doing it a little bit more constantly because, a lot of things in life and whatever. But I like talking about gaming. There, yes, sometimes I go here and there. Oh, even on Dirt Grady, he even invited me for his show. So I liked that one too. And I like talking about, like I said, I love about talking about gaming, but you guys already know there's always a little war here and there. And it's not about like, we as gamer, we protect our preferences depending on the person. And we just want it for the best. But sometimes, you know how people are. They say some things that is not true. And you trying to make it clear as much as you can. And that's where the battle, the verbal battle begins. And I do that a lot with a lot of friends of mine. And also I do podcasting in Spanish on Saturdays. On Facebook Gaming. So it's a mix of different it's different Latinos. So but it doesn't mean that it gotta be only. It is Spanish centric. We centralize in Spanish, but we had even from women's gaming, Boogie, Infamous, they Delilah, Charisse, they were there. And we don't push anybody to the side just because we talk Spanish, because like I said, the audience is in Spanish, but we do speak English also. We're bilingual. So if you go in there, I know you're the first thing that is gonna say, what are they saying? Whatever. I see the pictures. But once we see on the chat something in English, believe me, we will answer your question. We will answer it. just because you don't understand what we're saying, like I said, because we have a Spanish audience, doesn't mean we gonna push people that speak in English to the side. We will answer your question. So we will translate what we're saying. So it does not matter what it is, we will translate. But we don't put anybody to the side. We really don't.
Poquito español, sir. Poquito español.
See? But that's what I'm saying. It does not matter what part of the world are you coming from. We always come, gamers. It does not matter where. We're just gamers at the end of the day, and we're still gonna end up having, the same mentality, the same ideas, the same console wars. It does not matter. In different languages, you're still gonna get it. But at the end of the day, we're just gamers. And like I said, and just in case if you're wondering where I got the name Eternal Shaddai came from.
So I was gonna ask that next.
Yeah.
Yep. From actually is 3 things. And like I said, it depends on the person. But first is on the 360 Eternal Sonata. Love that game. Eternal Sonata. Love that game. Anything that is musical, love it. I really love musical. And I didn't know they were talking about a composer by, what is it called? Chopin. And Frederick Chopin. And it was musical, and the game, it was so vibrant, since I like Tales game, Tales of Symphonia, all those games. And Shaddai is from, what is it called? UTV Ignition. It's called El Shaddai. Something of Megatron. Ascension of Megatron. It's on the 360.
Okay.
If you write EL and Shaddai like that, it will pop up. You'll see it. And put 360, it will pop up. You'll see it. So
there it is. Ascension of the Metatron. I thought you said Megatron for a second. And I'm like, was that a Transformer game?
Yeah, no, but that's what that name. But yeah, it is actually a game.
Yeah.
And is basically about Enoch. And now, why am I saying that Eternal Shaddai? Like I say, I don't go too deep, respect for everybody. For people that are believers, it's called pretty much Eternal God at the end of the day for believers. So since I'm a believer, it's actually, everything is good. I like the game. Anything that is, I'm not going to say angelic, but it's more of, I got to say biblical, because Darksider, it is biblical, because it talks about apocalyptic stuff.
Yeah.
So I like games like that. I like games like that, because why is that? Because we live in a society that is always about violence. Of course, we're going to accept that, because we love that. We love Halo. We love this. We love Red Dead Redemption, of course. But what about games that have meaning in life? I'm talking about in general, meaning in life, depending on the person that likes to interpret the game. So, El Shaddai was like that. It's a story that never heard of it until personally, like I say, I'm like, is this actually true in the Bible or anything like that? It was like, yeah, I'm like, this is something that they talk very small. So I'm like, okay, like I said, I don't know anything about that in the Bible thing, but on the game, I'm like, really? So this is it, so this is actually true. I'm like, oh, okay. So me, of course, I like Fastback said, I play Death Door. I play a lot of things, but sometimes I like something that have meaning, some adventure, something that make you think. Like this is a little bit different, but let's say like Ori and the Blind Forest, it make everybody cry. Of course, See, games like that, games like that, I like something that makes you think, something that makes you feel, something that makes you actually cry about. You know what I mean?
Right.
And actually something memorable. I'm that type of a gamer like that. Of course, like I said, I play everything. I play everything except a strategy game. I try. I really try, but I'm not into the strategy game. But that's where my name came from Eternal Sonata and El Shaddai. And I'm not gonna say the subtitle because it's something Megatron.
Ascension of the Metatron. Metatron.
There you go. And I know they have a sequel to that, but they kind of dropped the ball on that because I think it's card based, and I don't like card based. I'm like, they should have left it as a adventure game. They should have left it like that.
I'm kind of reading through. I'm kind of reading through this game's
the synopsis.
Yeah, and I'm kind of interested in it. El Shaddai defies gaming convention by mixing a wide variety of gameplay styles, including 2D side-scrolling and 2D side-scrolling action. I swear this is water, and 3D exploration. This is not vodka. I swear.
Yeah, right.
So no, this looks
funny
aftertaste.
Yeah, right. You're not gonna call it vodka. You're gonna call it something nice like
water.
It's spoiled water.
Right. Oh my goodness.
But that game,
yeah.
The only flaw that game have is that the combat is so like it's only 2 buttons.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I wish I had a little bit more combo, but the story is really interesting. The story is really, really interesting. The art design is very different. Is water based. Is really water based. Not like Okami. That's more ink type, but that one is water based, like really water, but it's beautiful though. But yeah, that's where my name came from.
Again, we learn something new every time we have a guest on. So you heard it here first. The story of Eternal Shaddai.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Unique.
You are a young
other than I'm in the cell, like Noob like to say it.
Yeah.
Like Noob like to say it, other than I'm in the cell.
Yeah.
I'm in prison, like they like to call it on Good Morning Xbox. Like he's in the in Alcatraz. So I'm like, no. So, yeah, he's funny.
It is funny that we are at least Peter and I are 10 years older than you. When you said 6 years old, Nintendo NES, I'm like, wow.
I'm 38.
Yeah, you're still you haven't hit that 40 and over club yet.
Not
yeah, he's not that far off. It only takes 12 minutes. It will only take 12 minutes. By that time, I'm already 40. Yeah, I know. I know. By physical, I don't look like it. Usually they tell me I look like 26.
Yeah, you do look younger than 37.
Hey, just in case, I'm not like Myke, but this is pretty much the fountain of youth. Just in case, I'm drinking from the fountain of.
I see. Yes.
Lupa
says she's long past 48. Well, thanks for sharing your story. It's we always love we always love to hear people's origin stories because they really are interesting. You find out kind of the path and then we get a little insight into what kind of games you really like, and that's really cool stuff. So thanks.
Oh, no problem. Even though when I started doing the podcasting and all that, there were some things that I wasn't expecting to happen. Like I really wasn't expecting what is his name? Drew Murray actually start writing to me. So I wasn't expecting that. Especially, the art designer for
he worked for Insomniac, so
yeah, when he was in the initiative doing
We
whatever
started
that.
Perfect
Yeah.
Dark.
Perfect Dark. I don't know why am I thinking Phantom, but Perfect Dark. When he started talking to me, when it was actually, well, not talking to me, but writing to me, it was during the Cyberpunk unveil with Keanu Reeves. That's where I actually started writing to him through Twitter. And then when he switched over to Insomniac, I just kept on talking, you know, I just kept on writing to him to see how he was. So he was just fine, and all of the time, like, hey, if everything goes quite well, whatever, one of these days, I would like to meet you at E3, you know, after all this thing that is happening around the world. So he was like, yeah, one of these days, and you're gonna pay me for breakfast. I'm like, don't worry about it. I'm in for that. I'm like, don't worry about that, because believe me, I will get hungry. So I'm like, I don't care. I want breakfast too.
He seems like a nice guy because I've responded to a couple of his stuff, and he's responded back. So
That's
yeah,
nice.
he seems pretty cool. So
See, that's something that people that I call it like high up there when they're in big studios like Insomniac or The Initiative or anything like that. That's something that for us gamers and or followers, we love to see, because the thing is, that's how you gain more of that's how you gain more people to follow you or interact with them.
Mhm.
Because not only, you know, I keep saying like this, you know, in life it's not only work, but the thing is that sometimes we get I'm not gonna say star shock, but you know, we love hearing from them. You know, that's something that we all, you know, us people, we love to hear. Like, hey, how are you? Will that person answer me back? And when that person actually answers you back, you know, we love that. You know, we really love that for people to take their time and pretty much answer to us. You know, that we appreciate that. So I appreciate for Drew actually take his time and, you know, write to me and whatever, you know, just normal talk.
yeah, I mean, you can admire what they have done in the gaming industry, and but be respectful and treat them. You know, they're just another person like you.
Yeah.
And give them that respect. And hey, about their the gaming experience, and I mean they'll respond back to you. Not all of them probably, but yeah.
Well, think too,
But
they're regular human beings. I mean, they are still
exactly,
people.
yeah. Yeah, and people get so caught up in their feelings when they don't like something about a game and this and that, and they want to throw shade at these people and accuse them and get ugly with them and personal. It's just dumb. I don't understand people that do that, but
I'll never understand that either.
no.
It's like, I can say maybe yes, maybe no. On the understanding part is because people go overboard because they get overprotective on something that they like. You know what I mean? So it's like, yo, you're ruining this, you're ruining that. But what is the matter with you? Or whoever thought about that? People is very protective to certain things that when they make little changes, they just they're speaking without thinking. That's what it is. They go blindsided until they're like, oh, okay, this is what happened. Okay, thank you for blocking me on Twitter. Of course, who wants to be blasted by somebody or disrespected by somebody and just keep them, following you? You don't deserve that. At work, let's put it this way, at work, I'm already stressed. I'm out of work and you're giving me this? People doesn't need that. People doesn't need that. We sometimes want, like, okay, this happened because, remember, it's a group. He's not the only one that works there. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people with ideas. There's a lot of people with plans. There's a lot, we got to make changes. He's not the only one who works for the company or for the studio. There's a lot of people that works in the studio. So they go overboard. People sometimes they go really overboard.
They do, and it's sad to see because, well, part of it is social media because you could do that without having to be accountable for it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the rub. You don't have to put your name behind it, and you don't have to be accountable for it. You can hide behind an avatar, and you can hide behind a fake name, and say whatever you want. So,
Yeah.
Give me 1 minute.
all right. Oh, Cerebral Paul, we were talking about you earlier, brother Paul. Nicely, of course.
All good, though.
Always. Oh, always good. So,
No, real quick though, but it turned. Oh, did he? Oh, he left. Okay.
Yeah.
Took a break.
yeah. We want to do this giveaway while he's
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Good.
okay.
Do
So,
one.
all right, so we're gonna do our first giveaway of the night. This is for some NLG merch. This is let me open up the site here. He's back. I do this before we get to GamesCom stuff. All right, so let me make sure that I got everybody who is a channel member here. Rich, Back from the Dead, Pong Soul, Infinite, Geeks with Cash, Brother Nick, Indie Gamer, Relic Gamer, Qeorge, Lance, Axel, Lupa, Clowns, and Paul, who just popped in. And I am missing anybody. Again, we do these once a month for our channel members, and look, everything you see on the screen just about is thanks to one of the most generous guys that I think we know, Graphic God, brother or dad. That's why I call him Daddy J, because really everything you see, let me take this off for a second. Everything you see here, except this middle logo was supplied to us by our great brother De Niro. But the background, our main logo, all the great graphics that you see around us, the Gamers United Guild logo, everything was created by Jay. And tell this story all the time. There's a reason we name him. There's a reason he's in our video credits as our graphic designer, because he truly is. And at a time, 5 years ago already, good grief, maybe a little longer, 5.5, and maybe even 6. I can't remember. It's been so long now. When I was kind of down and out and ready to walk away from this whole thing, Jay came with this new, with new graphics and stuff for me, and said, well, why don't we give you a makeover? And he did it again, and that's how we had, he did it again a couple years ago, and this is why we have this really cool background and all the, and he's helped me so much. He's helped NLG so much, and he's such a great friend of ours, and has taken nothing for anything he's ever done for us. So by us giving away some merchandise to our channel members, who, we thank you so much for supporting us. Yes, it's only $2 a month, but you know what? It allows us to do things like this, and that allows us, all the merchandise we buy that has the NLG logo on it all goes to Jay, and that's our way of supporting Jay and paying it forward. So, thank you guys, all of you who have become our friends of NLG. Again, if you like, hit the join button. We also do some other things. I know I've been derelict on making videos lately. We've, starting to live stream again, but when I start making some more videos, those get shown to our channel members 48 hours or more before everybody else. And of course, you get all the cool emojis and stuff that Sister Lupa is showing in the chat right now, including the Commodore 64 emoji that I got for Peter.
Such a great system.
Clapping us.
I know. So, with that, I'm very sure I looked across the chat. As long as I am not missing anybody, the channel membership, I'm going to spin this wheel, and someone is going to win. You are, but so I'm struggling with this, Daddy J. What happens if you win? You get your own merch. I'll add you. I mean, technically, you are a channel member. You have your own. It's your store.
He gets a discount.
He gets a discount.
And Cerebral Paul gets he wants a jockstrap if he wins.
Yeah.
I'll try to find one for you.
All right.
The GUG logo on it.
Still waiting on Seth's movie review of Tron. You know what? That's a good point. Do that. He did watch it. He did actually watch it. So
we're being benched.
I mean, Jay, do you want me to pull you out of this list? I mean, seriously, it is your store. I could probably buy you a shirt.
He wants that mug that he's been eyeing.
There you go. Oh, wait. OEB Pete. I gotta add Pete.
Oh, just
Gotta
in the
add
nick
Pete.
of time.
We watched the original Tron, Lance. So. All right. Aw. Thank you, Sister Lupa. Oh. Man, you got some late nights going on. Oh, actually, it's 7:30 for you, Pete. So. But you got some nights going on. Man, I don't envy you. So. All right, I am gonna pull Jay out because how can he win his own shirt? He got his Halo Series X pre-order. Well done, sir.
Nice.
Nice.
New job.
I wanted
new
the
work.
controller, but
Without saying where, because I know where, but I'm not going to say it out loud. Just say yes or no. Same place, or whole different place. All right, guys, let's spin this wheel and let's give some merch away.
Vanna, spin that wheel.
Here we go. You see, I've shuffled. I have sufficiently shuffled the deck here. Whole new field. Oh, I'm gonna have to talk to you. Now you got me curious. Well, congratulations, OEB. Congratulations, brother. All right, here we go. The winner is. There it is. Congratulations, Pete.
It's rigged. Did he say he worked in a maple field?
In a maple field? No, he said a new field. You, sir. Axel said it's some bullshit.
He's now a full-time streamer.
There you go. He's a full-time video guy. So, Pete, you have won an NLG merch of your choice. I know you've already got a shirt that you bought, and we thank you for that. I know Jay thanks you for that, but you could add yourself a mug, a second shirt, a hat,
maybe a
phone
jock strap
cover.
if there is one.
You're not a real fan? Oh. He said, oh, you're a paid shill. So, I mean, do you want to, Pete, that's your call. Do you want us to respin? All right, he's saying respin. So I'm going to respin. I'm going to pull him out. See, this right here. And and Gamers United Guild brother, this is what we are all about. You know, this is one of the nicest guys you will meet. He has got some unbelievable content. And let me tell you something. If you want to, if he does talk about new stuff, so he talks a lot about the Switch. So if you like Switch coverage, he is in there. But he's got a great show that comes on Saturday mornings with the Evercade. He's got a great show that comes on Sunday for Amico All Access. He's got, which is coming back soon. He's got he covers the Atari VCS, the Amico. He covers the Evercade. That is a man that you have got to sub to. So I am telling you right now, He's down in the description. Click on that OEB channel. He's almost at 3,000 subs too. Let's get him there.
Ooh, nice.
All right, guys,
Yeah.
let's get him there.
Quick shout out to 108 Dragons TV for the super
Brother
chat.
Lemon!
Let's go, NLG Gug, stand up, hit that damn like button, or be forced into buying a PS5 2 terabyte SSD.
Tell him, Lemon.
Tell him.
And also, super chat from OAB Pete. Buy more mugs for
Aw.
giveaways.
Thank you,
Oh.
brothers. So 108
After
Dragons,
keeps asking
Brother
about
Lemon.
how do you get in the giveaway? Sir, you're in there.
You're
Your
in
name's
there. Look, you're right here. You are a channel member. You are in this one. So
Keep asking, you're gonna be pulled out.
Yeah. we'll downvote this stream. You're in the giveaway, Axel. You really are. Your name is right there. Let me see if I can. Maybe I just need to make this a bigger. See? Do you see? There you are. So
Hey,
another.
no, he's not there. You said 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 1, 2,
Oh,
2, 4.
did I touch?
That's
No,
how he
hold
can
on.
find his name. He's
13,
like,
24. Damn it.
yeah.
I even looked at it this time. Damn it. So if he won, if 1, 2,
It's
3,
not a
4
legible
won,
name. It's like
There's
Yeah,
always a
no.
problem with
Find out
his
first.
name.
there's always I
How many
I
X's?
can
It's like
never
going
get
over
his name right. I have never gotten his name right.
1, 2, 3, 4. What's wrong with you?
Not
it's like going through a toll
once.
booth. How many axles? 1, 3, 2, 4, whatever.
Even Nuke one time put his
There's
face.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Even
11,
the
12,
space,
13,
like,
14,
yo,
15, 16,
I think
17,
it was
18
like
wheels
1, 2,
on a
3,
big
4,
rig.
2 or something like that.
No, hey,
Now we
look,
get a downvote.
look how long it took
Hit
me
it
to
twice,
get.
Axel. Make it.
Look how long
Yeah.
it took me to get AXLE right. The only thing I ever got right on his name was the gaming part. Anybody else's name on this list I spelled wrong while I'm here. So, by the way, Brother Lemon, who's going to be on our show in 2 weeks on September
The
9th,
9th, right?
every
Nice.
time that man makes a video, I want to get up and get at it. I want to get up and do something better with my life. This dude is positivity compacted into this ball of energy. Dude, I cannot wait for Lemon to be on with us. It's going to be a hot fire show. Not that tonight's not Shaddai, don't get me wrong, but man, and also one of the newer members of the Gamers United Guild, get in there, get subbed, get to sub in the Lemon too, man. He's got some absolutely fantastic content. So, all right. Well, MAGG won the last giveaway. So, all right, here we go. All right, so we're gonna do this again. Thanks to OEB Pete, and of course with with the super chat as well, which was totally. Oh wait, gotta add Niall.
Now,
Niall's in the house,
Hey.
brother, now.
dude. What time is it over there? It's like 3 a.m. now.
It's 5
He woke
hours,
up-
right? So
He got up to go
almost
pee, and
4.
then he jumped
He's
on and
another
said
one
hi.
I couldn't
Appreciate
spell his name right for the longest time. I probably ANIA. See, I didn't even do it here. ANIA. There it is. So
But now later.
3:44. It's almost 4 a.m. over there. So
So now,
All right.
did he get up early or did he stay up late?
I don't know, man.
Like right in, like an in-betweeny.
So Lupa and Niall are in the same time zone. Interesting.
Super don't sleep.
No, she does not. So, all right, let's get this done so we can actually get some stuff done. It's been 45 minutes and we haven't got a winner. All right, here we go. Good luck, everyone. All right,
And the winner is
Oh,
it's Cerebral Paul.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Yes.
I gotta buy him a jock strap now.
Yeah.
Dang.
You know what? He needs a sticker for his new motorized chair. That's what he needs. He needs NLG stickers so he can.
Yeah.
There you
And
go.
if he gets a jock strap, he needs to wear it on his head, though. On the pocket.
Congratulations!
Like what was that? Weird
well, I haven't-
Science.
I haven't
Yeah.
done
What's
a
going on? What's
video.
going on with Skype?
Congrats.
I don't know.
It's been doing it.
Oh,
no, everybody.
who's messing
Going
with
back and
who's
forth.
messing with the together mode? That's what's happening. Who's turning on together mode? It's screwing up the.
Guess.
We're on grid mode, grid view.
No, we're not. We're in together mode. Hang on, let me put you back.
Hold
in.
on, turn off the together
There
mode.
we go.
It's
Good
gotta be
lord.
that other IT guy.
Together.
Aye. All right. Congratulations, Paul. We will.
Congrats, Paul. Appreciate
Oh,
you.
he wanted merch seriously. All right. So,
Yeah.
Chris, are
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, I'll
You've
give
got
it
him
to
on
you,
Twitter.
Paul. You tell me what you want.
all right.
Send
Very
me a DM.
cool. All right, I'm gonna reset, and I'm gonna get the We'll do this at the end of the show. We'll do a giveaway for a gift card for some other folks here that are our stalwarts that are here in the chat. So we'll get them in for a giveaway as well. We don't do those as often, but I'm feeling good tonight. So, all right. So, guess what? We can actually go to the next topic.
Jesse.
Go ahead, Peter.
Wait, we have topics this.
I
hey.
know.
Topic number 1. Welcome, Eternal Shaddai.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
he's here
welcome
again.
back, sir.
All right, no, it's
Thank you.
topic number 2. Gamescom.
GamesCom.
Yay!
2 hours later.
2 hours later.
Dude, Jesse.
Wait, it was-
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Jesse's talking shit about MAGG, and MAGG isn't even here. Dude, I can't wait till he.
man.
I can't wait till he
Hopefully.
listens
Yeah.
back.
Oh, real quick, did y'all catch our brother OEBP donated $20?
He did.
Said
Yeah, we
buy
did.
more mugs for giveaways.
Yes, we
He's
read
awesome.
it.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
okay,
did. We
sorry.
read it. That's you're taking Peter's job, man.
Oh, sorry.
That is Peter's job.
It's all right.
That is his.
I could have missed it, but I did not.
But I didn't.
No, this
Correct.
time.
No. All right. So, Gamescom. So where do we start? Let's start with.
Where do we start?
Well,
From the
let's start.
beginning.
Yeah. In the beginning, there was Gamescom.
In the
So-
beginning.
Gamescom used to be the big show, right? It used to be the, it actually
Yeah.
in some ways
Beer,
a lot of
brats, and lederhosen.
a lot of people used to say it was better than E3. I don't know who those people are or why they think so, but okay.
Better than E3.
The last time that Xbox made a big Gamescom event was it was last gen when they were announcing all these games, right? Remember they announced so many games at E3, and some of the games they showed at the
for the
second half,
English,
they're like,
yeah.
we're gonna show more on these at Gamescom.
Yeah.
So the
that's
Gamescom was
correct.
kind of big, right? They showed, I think,
True.
Crackdown. They showed that
They
other
showed Quantum Break.
Scalebound that and never came out.
They
The
showed Quantum
gameplay.
Break.
I think they showed Quantum Break. Yeah, they showed a lot at that one. But ever since then, it's just been a regular show. Nothing big. So I don't know what people expected, and they even came out and said, kind of warned people ahead of time. They're just gonna show update on us what's been shown before. Don't expect any new news, new releases, or blah blah blah. Of course, people didn't read that. So
Well, even when people read that and they get the show, and it's like, I'm still disappointed. It's like, disappointed about what? It's like,
Right. I think
And
more.
did
and I
and-
understand
and-
the criticism on if you have issues with the pacing or how the show, just the setup of it. That I get though.
Well, and the
I
thing
think it
about
was,
games.
I think even the Microsoft one, I thought it was some good stuff being shown, like Flight Simulator and stuff. When they go into the, what's it called, the old airplanes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
In this
I'm gonna
case,
start.
the Junker and the whole thing that they're gonna do. They're gonna visit places in the world where they have like a historic airplane, and basically as a preservation, model the airplanes as good as they can do. So I'm very curious what they will, what the next
Well, and
thing is going to be. I mean, that's
well,
fantastic.
and you're actually getting your wish, Peter. It's like they listen to you.
Yeah,
They're
the
we're getting a
finally have
copter.
some. It's kind of
Ooh,
like
yeah.
like a helicopter drone kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from Germany. That was
From
awesome.
Germany.
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
that's cool.
Well, all right. So let's while we're talking about this, though, I mean, overall, there had to be. I mean, look, Microsoft had been doing a pretty hot job of game announcements and stuff like that, and E3 was just the hit after hit after hit after hit. So I think what's De Niro has a little bit of a good, when it comes to Xbox, some people want way too much.
Yeah,
But-
when it comes to PlayStation, they can't show squat. Everybody like, best PlayStation show ever. I don't know.
Well-
Expectations are set differently. I don't know what it is.
I think part of the problem is that there are still studios that haven't shown anything that people are waiting on. We still have no idea what Compulsion's working on, right? We're still,
Not even. Not even. Well, little. We just know a small thing supposed to be a third-person adventure.
right.
And-
There's
Also, right now, what you're showing, yeah, they're going to do air racing.
Yeah, air races are gonna be cool. And one of the planes,
Okay.
by the way, one of those planes is already available because I ran with it tonight. That red biplane, that's in the game now. So that was kind of cool.
I'm getting the other ones too.
Here's the
It's going to be
Junker.
gonna be hot.
Here's also here's the Junker J2. But I think that it's like Qeorge is kind of joking about it too. Trebuchets are where it's at, though. I mean, there was a lot. There was a couple people actually that I saw in my feed that said the Xbox show could have been a tweet, and I kind of agree. I mean, there wasn't.
Yeah, everything
not
can be
as
a
good as
tweet.
their E3.
I mean, everything can be a tweet.
Well,
I mean,
everything
why
can
we're
be,
watching
yes.
this because not everything should be a tweet. It's like let's sit back instead of reading, just soak it in. What you get showed in front of you. It's like, I mean, even the Age of Empires. The only thing that was missing is like, I wish they would actually like destroy a wall and showing to you like how many 50-pound balls or whatever she chiseled.
Right.
How many balls it would take to knock down a wall or create a hole in it? That's my only negative comment about the Age of Empires piece.
Oh, oh yeah, Wilmy was one of the ones that said that, but I've seen a couple people say it, and I don't disagree. I mean, I mean,
Say it, sir. Say it.
I'm trying not to. I'm not saying that it was a horrible show. There were things that we got to see. I mean, I'm very, dude. That's the plane. That plane is available now. I'm happy to have seen more of this stuff because I'm interested. Like before the show, I was playing Flight Simulator and I was flying over the Shenandoah Mountains, which I said on the stream last night I wanted to do that. I wanted to. I on my way back and to and from vacation, I every time we passed a small airport, I wrote down the name of the airport so I could see that. I'm fine with I just maybe this was probably done for the Gamescom audience. This is the Germany and
Right,
Velocity
exactly.
as well.
They have some more POI locations, where they spend some extra effort to make it look good.
But then they showed, they showed a new ship set of Sea of Thieves. I mean, that was not necessary.
The Sea of
You know-
Thieves is no longer necessary, but that's a different
What?
story. It's
Ah,
me being bitter.
Oh man.
yeah. I
Make
was
Sea of Thieves
happy.
great again.
Yeah.
Although the Pirates of the Caribbean, that was a cool
Shots
cool
fired.
piece.
I haven't.
It almost
which-
got like ruined with it still being in the real world and people effing around.
and that's why I didn't play it. I got turned off by that by hearing about that, and I'm like, maybe not.
Yeah, they fixed a
No.
bunch of stuff, so it's not.
No. Now, one thing they did show, and I'm surprised that they showed it here and not on Keely's show, was the upcoming as a trailer for Dying Light 2. Now, I'm a huge fan of the original Dying Light. A huge fan of that game. And
That
this
game doesn't work on my machine with co-op.
Really?
Second person can never. Yep, it's busted, and I don't want to fix it.
Huh.
That's weird.
Oh, look, we have a Retro Renegade sighting. I wonder who's who's running that one. Can't be Jay. Is Jay still in the? Jay's still
Maybe-
here.
Maybe
Infinite's
Infinite
still here.
or
No.
or
Maybe Jago. Jago, is that you?
Diego. I know he does on Twitter.
Oh no, Jay said that's him.
Yeah.
That's supporting us, man. When you got a second, he's everyone.
Retro Renegade.
I'm very hyped for this.
He still wants to win a mug or whatever merch we have. He just says, "Hey, Retro Renegades, pick me, pick me."
So, did you see that though? I mean, let me play that part again because that part's really cool. Dude flies in on, he jumps, he grabs a rope, flies in, grabs a zombie and drops him to the ground.
What
I
I
don't like
can
the
tell,
parkour.
what I can tell is that game is gonna be way bigger than the first one. You can really tell
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
just by the surroundings. It's gonna be really, really big.
Yeah.
And even right there, you could tell like, oh my god, it's gonna be probably like 4 times the size of the first one. That game
And
is
the
gonna
first
be
one
crazy.
was huge.
Nah, this one is gonna be big, like way bigger. It's gonna have a lot of things. My sense could be maybe some multiplayer there, maybe like trying to conquer your safe area, conquering another one for safe area, but then you have to actually go through the zombies on top of that. So I know I talked about that long time ago. Like, what do you expect from Dying Light? And I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if they added a multiplayer that you have to set up your safe house, and for you to conquer your opponents, you gotta go through a horde of zombies like that. And at night, imagine if you're trying to conquer at night, those zombies get really rowdy. So you gotta evade your enemies while they're chasing you, and then you have your enemies, from the internet on top of that. So it's gonna be a total chaos if they create something like that. It's gonna be a total chaos.
I just thought about a very cool mode. You hear it here first. Let's trademark this junk and copyright it. It's a battle royale, but with those zombies that are closing in on you. So the area is getting smaller with zombies, getting closer. So, and that
It'd be
is
like a horde mode, battle royale horde mode.
Well, no, it's not really horde mode because you're not really fighting those zombies. I mean, you're fighting each other, right? As a PvP, but you still have the zombies instead of having an electric field that closes in. But this is going to be a bunch of zombies.
For some reason, I'm like, I know in Call of Duty Black Ops 4, they did that in a map, somewhat similar like that. That it was in the mansion. That you have, of course, you have your opponents, but then the zombies start coming in, and there were some bigger zombies that were following you if the circle was around there. I know where you're coming from, Peter. and it would have been even better or more interesting as the circle gets closer. Let's put it this way, just to make it a little bit more challenging. Imagine while you're going around, you have your zombies like that, like in the clip. As you go around, let's say safe place, or like you said, battle royale, then the days start going dark. And now you still running through the circle, but then it gets darker.
Yeah.
And now the zombie gets, gets rowdy, rowdier. Now I could see battle royale getting a little bit more intense, because now you're not only you're dealing with your opponents, but now the nighttime is actually falling, and now you gotta deal not only with the zombies, the aggressive zombies, but also the your opponents. So that would have been interesting if it's like that. That would be really interesting.
And then you got to make a decision. If you kill too many people, other opponents, you might need to use each other as you're closing in the zombies. So you might have to let's team up temporarily. Let's kill the zombies, and then when they're done, then it's all holds barred. Right
If
there.
it gets really small, just use the bigger zombies, the ones that are hard to kill. So just make it like that, the bigger ones, the ones that are really hard to kill. So just make it challenging. That I'm down for that.
Trademark that. Trademark it. You heard it.
As Qeorge says, PvPvE.
God, jeez.
Sound like Sea of Thieves.
Paul says no. Paul says no,
It's
and he
not
just
your
won.
traditional battle
He
royale.
just won something.
It's
Yeah. So
survival of the fittest.
Hey, everything is battle royale lately for some reason. But there's some that are actually worth it, and for that one, just for challenging, that would have been nice. That would be nice like that.
Mix it
But
up.
I see it more of like trying to conquer your opponent's safe house. I could see it like that. Conquer this safe house while you're dealing with the zombies, and do it by way before the night falls. I could see that happening. So it will be interesting if it's like that, or a party of 4, or whatever the case may be. So you gotta conquer on each different directions, whatever the case may be. But that game looks really good. No wonder they kept themselves really hush, and everybody was really frustrated on why they're not talking about Dying Light, and all of a sudden came Dead Island out of nowhere. But now we can see why. Now we can see why they took so long to give information to people. You can tell they really dedicated time to polish and make a better Dying Light 2 for them to show us that clip.
yeah. Well, and coming up on, I mean, obviously, Microsoft's got to deal with them on this. So,
what's the release date?
December 7th.
Oh wow!
Wait a minute. And then December 8th is Halo. What?
Yeah.
So
That's why I saw on Twitter.
That's why it's dying.
What's
my wallet is dying.
What's the name of the studio? I forgot.
Techland.
Techland, yeah. And they're like, it's like the you son of a.
Yeah, exactly.
Xbox name.
Right. Yeah.
But what if Techland becomes a Microsoft studio? Then it doesn't matter anymore.
True. We haven't heard anything about Game Pass.
And there's stuff
game.
brewing.
I was about to say that. Myke got it right there. I'm like, they never say anything about Game Pass unless if they say on the last minute.
No, they have not said anything about Game Pass.
I wouldn't be surprised if they say it by October. On Halloween. I wouldn't be surprised if they said something like that.
Right. But do you, I mean, I honestly don't think that Techland is getting bought by Microsoft.
A New Year tagline is part of the Microsoft right there on the spot.
Yeah.
2022 tagline, part of Microsoft family.
Because I think if they were going to do that, then one of these two games would not be coming out within a day of each other. But we're going to talk about that anyway.
Why? I mean,
who wants
there
to
goes
go
the
up?
Mag.
Who wants to go up? There's Mag. What's up, brother Mag? I love
Mag.
introducing him. It is the Mag. Hey Jesse, Mag's here.
Trying to create some
man, we
fire.
love you too, brother Mag. We really do. Well, look, who wants to go up against Halo? Nobody wants to go up against Halo Infinite, half complete or not. No one wants to go up against that game.
Hang on. People
No
who want to
comments.
play
No
campaign co-op. They play Dying Light too.
Uh,
They have
That's
3
right.
months to
One of these
complete
two
that job.
games is gonna have a co-op campaign. One of them is gonna.
ouch.
Oh man!
Dying mode
Too
2.
soon,
I mean,
Peter. Too soon.
Too soon.
Right, you're just building up my confidence to speak freely on this before I get crushed. All right, so we got that. Now, another game that they did show, and it was a game that we haven't heard a ton about until now, or at least we've heard it. We hadn't seen a lot. There was one trailer back in the day, but now they released a new gameplay trailer for The Gunk.
oh yeah.
Yeah, from the creators of SteamWorld. So this is coming out in December. I'm gonna turn up the sound a little bit.
The gunk's eating everything here.
This is like a
This planet is literally a paradise when the gunk's gone.
this is a neat premise, but I don't know how it's going to play out as far as how much gameplay there's going to be to this. Honestly,
Remember to see gameplay?
we were seeing it, but it looks great. So this is this is going to be 30 frames per second on Xbox One, 60 frames per second on Xbox Series X and S at 4K.
And Game Pass.
On smart delivery.
Smart delivery.
Rated T for teen.
Did they say Game Pass?
Yeah.
Yes, they do. They do say
Yeah,
Game
There's
Pass.
a logo down there. That says
Yep,
Game Pass.
I see it. I see it. So, and this is Unreal Engine 4. So this is going to be a good one. I'm hoping to I'm hoping the gameplay holds up. But
It's not gameplay, but I'm with Axel and Cerebral Pro because I'm like, it looks cool and all, but it's not something that probably, like he said, he's not gonna play. I probably not either. And like Paul said, fall is gonna be crowded. And when is that game is gonna release? Did they say it? Because I know I saw it, but I think I kind of caught it off halfway. Did they announce a release date for that game?
just right now, it's just December.
So that means it's gonna be pretty much shadowed by Dying Light 2 and Halo. That game is gonna suffer. Not to be negative.
Well,
Maybe, but being a Game
but if
Pass,
being in
it's
Game
like,
Pass.
hey, tonight let's play the Gunk tonight.
yeah, Game Pass is gonna help this
Yeah.
game.
I think so.
No,
But
I hope
it's
so.
not
I
going
hope
to
so.
compete with
Yep.
those two. And I get what you're saying there, but
Mm-hmm.
I think if Game Pass does definitely help these games to where people are not hey I'm playing Halo and I'm playing Dying Light, but hey, the Gunk is in Game Pass. Let me download it, check it out. You never know.
This is something I'm sorry to throw a jab at my panel
Get 'em.
member. My panel member.
Get them.
Cool Cat Terry, since she doesn't she doesn't like Halo. I know she's gonna hit this one. She
There you
doesn't like
go.
Halo.
There you
So
go. This is a
I know
game
she's
for
gonna hit
everybody.
that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm happy. Seriously, I'm happy that what Microsoft is doing is giving variety. Is
Yeah.
actually giving variety.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
And
Yeah, absolutely.
For people that love the games, the reason why I'm saying that is because I know a lot of people is gonna take a lot of time to probably beat, or if you're an achievement hunter, for Dying Light 2, because a lot of people is waiting for that game. But I hope it doesn't suffer, because like you said, because of Game Pass, it will help them out.
Mhm.
But it's a really tough it's a really tough competition for that month. It really is. It really is.
Yep. So
I
another
know
game
for a
that,
fact I'll be playing the Gunk before I play Dying Light 2.
Oh.
Unless Dying Light 2 is in Game Pass.
good
But
point.
if
Although
not, then definitely. Plus, I'm
you're
not too
awesome,
fond of
Magg.
the parkouring in Dying Light. It's just like,
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I didn't like that in the first one either. It's like too much of that jazz.
well, that's the core of the game. It's you know,
Right.
Mirror's Edge meets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I hate Mirror's Edge.
Well, there you
Oh,
go.
piece of junk. Oh,
There you go.
that should have never been made.
Wow. Wow,
But supposedly that game did
Peter
pretty
coming in
well.
hot. So moving on to another game. And since Sister Lupa brought it up in the chat, an action RPG coming out next year. It was shown at the Xbox conference, but it's coming out for Xbox, PlayStation 5, and the Epic Game Store and Steam. Where is it? Where's my there it is. As I say, I thought I got all the trailers. Stray Blade. It's an action RPG where you play a rogue adventurer exploring the ancient valley of Korea with your companion, the Shinzen Wolf Boji. Unveil the history of the Forgotten Valley and master the powers of the 3 arcane metals to restore balance to this war-torn land. I'm always down for an action RPG, and 505 Games is always pretty cool. They do a pretty good job with their stuff. This is
Yeah,
505 Games and Point Blank.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that
Additional
game.
one.
That's the first time hearing about it.
No, I know I saw it, and the first thing, like I said, the first thing that came to mind, it was like it's a really cool game. I'm like, I like games like that, but I hope it doesn't suffer. I know it's something different. It doesn't suffer like it happened to Dungeons and Dragons. So I hope it doesn't suffer like that, too much hype, and then all of a sudden it just collapsed. Like I said, it has a lot of potential. I got really into that game. I really want to know a little bit more and go on and check even deeper about this game. Games like that, I really love. I really like.
Well, it's coming out in 2022, so
Yeah. Got time.
Chelsea? Yep.
Yeah, the 12 months in 2022. So
Yeah, we're not that far away. So
2022 is packed also.
I know.
From January to December.
Well, and that's-
we're gonna be
and
back
that's
for the
without-
next couple of years.
yeah, and that's without even knowing when Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War are coming, because man.
No, you can tell.
Oh
you
no,
can tell.
we that's right. We did get Horizon Zero
Horizon
Dawn.
Zero Dawn
We
is,
did get that
February,
release date,
right?
February
Forbidden West,
28th.
Forbidden West.
Yeah.
Yep, Horizon
No,
Forbidden
you
West.
can-
Sorry.
You can tell that all studios hold on to it, due to the pandemic, that now is the time that they just trying to throw a lot of bombs, to us. Like, this is what we're holding because of the pandemic. Now everything is all at once. So, yeah, like you guys said, 2022 and beyond that, my goodness, is going to be a lot of gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Already has been.
Not enough time in a day.
No, but I see the. For me, it's like they double it compared to before. It's like they double it this time. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
my goodness. I gotta sell my dogs just to get a game night.
Oh, careful, Peter might come after you, sir.
All right, so also coming now, this was an interesting announcement. I'm not as down on these games as other people are, and I know if Indy is still in the chat, if he's still awake, I know this appealed to him. Humble games are coming.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's cool.
Peter, you do a lot of Humble stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know any of these games? So Archvale.
I might have them. I have not played
Bushiden.
them. I mean, I'm a
China-
collector of.
Chinatown Detective Agency, Dodgeball Academia, Flynn, Son of Crimson, Midnight Fight Express, Next Space Rebels, Signalis, Unpacking, and Unsighted. So these are all coming to Game Pass.
Yeah, that Midnight Fight Express looks pretty cool.
That did look cool.
Mhm.
No, this actually looks kind of fun. Dodgeball. This
Oh,
looks
yeah,
great.
that-
This
That
looks
one.
great. Yeah, this looks really good.
Shinobi.
Uh-huh.
Man,
This one looks cool, Flynn.
Yeah.
It's just how games like that pixelated have evolved through the years. It's really hard for me to get involved to games like that, but at the same time, I'd be like, they evolve so well. Just having like a 2D, I don't know how you call it, because sometimes it's a 2D, 3D, depending on how the game is made, and
Yeah, they call it 2.5D.
it just become, for example, The Last Night, something like that. It really intrigues me, games like that. And indie studios lately, they up their game. I give them
Absolutely.
that, and they show it. They can show it. They are really showing it.
I mean, think about this. These games are coming day one on PC, console, and cloud. So cloud streaming too with Game Pass. So that's, I mean, again, Game
So
Pass.
it's also on console, which is interesting.
Yep. Game Pass is where it's at. I mean, I don't know. Look, Game Pass finally broke Noof. If it can break Noof,
Yeah.
it can break anybody. So
That is true.
Luva says Caitlin will
There's
love the
too
unpacking
much value
game.
to.
There
pass, yeah.
is. There's
That is true. But Tony Baloney broke new before Game Pass
Well,
did.
there is that. So,
Hey, but we missed one big announcement too on the Microsoft thing, which is like the.
we did not. I was gonna segue into it.
Okay. Then I will not-
I know where you were headed.
Okay.
Well, I think I know where.
Proceed.
All right. So hold on. I might be wrong because I'm usually wrong. So let's see if I'm right.
Okay.
Huh?
If you're not right, or
Then I'm wrong.
or yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So for those of you who have no hard drive space but good internet, or you have an Xbox One or a 1S or a 1X, and you want to play some of those Series X games, Game Pass's cloud streaming is coming to the consoles, coming to all the consoles actually. So now here's how my 1X is upstairs, right? So when we get to the point where there's only Series X games, I could stream it upstairs.
And here's the thing: now they can make games that are just only Series X without saying like, people crying like, "Oh, you're behind." It's like,
Yeah, they're
we're
holding
not.
back. They're holding back the series.
Or holding, or they're
Right,
holding
yeah.
back. It's like, no, not anymore.
I know
Now-
a while back we did talk about this, and this is one of the things that I did bring up that I could see happening was like, as they're working on the cloud gaming, that I could see the 1X is being used. You could play a lot of these games on the cloud. You don't have to worry about your hardware is limited, because, and now that they're using Series X, right? Series X is now as Blade servers, right? Or the as for
Yep.
So that has helping out a lot with the, being stable and all that for cloud gaming. So
Well, and I will tell you that for the most part, now I'm still. You really do need a good internet connection. I mean, that's just the honest truth. I can't do it on my phone on my 4G. You can't. You just can't. Now, they might make it better in some points, but they couldn't. And when I was staying at hotels on vacation that only had, 4 to 6 meg down internet, it was very difficult to play. And you couldn't play anything that was any fast motion. But when I got to our place that we stayed at over the week, that's where I finished last stop, and I played Hades. And now, because I'm a Windows Insider, I have, and I wonder if I'm able to show you guys this or not. I don't know if I can. I don't know if it'll let me. But my Xbox app on my PC, let me see if I can. I think I just have to do this. Let's do this. Let's do a window capture. Oh, I do have a window capture. Do I?
now also too with the cloud gaming also coming to Series X and S. If you choose to play for the cloud, you don't have to worry about, I don't have enough space on my.
Right. Yeah, you never have those friends like, I don't have it installed. It's like,
So the question is this: can you switch back and forth? Because I have the SSD. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But can you switch back and forth from? I'm just saying from the cloud to the SSD, and
I would say yes. Because your save games are always synced, right? They're always in the cloud. They always come down. So
yes,
that's
what I'm saying. That's what I wanted to say. And that's why I'm asking. I'm like, wait a minute. We have the SSDs, but now they're gonna do the cloud gaming. So if you could switch back and forth, or is it gonna be by default? Going straight to.
Well, I think it's gonna be an app. The cloud gaming is gonna be an app. And so what I'm showing you right now is my Xbox app on the PC. And because I'm in the Windows Insider program, I now have the cloud gaming button here. So hold on, I'll go back. Right here, the second button. I know it's harder to see. So I have my subscription, perks, all PC games. I have cloud gaming. So this is all the cloud gaming. I don't have a controller hooked up to here, but I took my Surface Pro to to Tennessee, hooked up my Xbox controller, and voila, I was playing Last Stop, playing Hades. All the games that are in Game Pass or cloud streaming, no matter if they were PC or console, are all here, and I can fire it up and play. Now, if I try to fire it up now, it's going to tell me I don't have a controller, so I need to, But if I hook a controller up, I'm all good. And I think there are games that have touch, and if the touch works on like a touch screen, I think it work in here too. I haven't quite got that far yet. So what'll happen is, I'm sure, is you're going to have an app somewhat like this, and it's going to have the list of all the games that are streamable. And then that's going to be different than firing up the game locally on your console. Which, I mean, honestly, on the Series X and S, if it's a small game, like a 12 minutes, or like if I'm just going down the list of stuff I had been playing, a Bard's Tale or something like that, that's not a quick game, I may play it that way as to not install it. But fast-paced games like Dirt 5 and Doom and stuff like that, I'm going to install that to my drive. Now, upstairs is a different story.
Mm-hmm.
So we also don't know anything about resolution and stuff like that. Obviously,
Mhm.
you know, the
Yeah.
games are going to scale down to 1080p on the Xbox One. But will they scale up? So a game that's 30 frames per second on the Xbox One. So let's take let me take that off for a second. So let's for a second go back to what was the one that was there was a game that I was just talking about that was 30 frames per second on the Xbox One, 60 on the Gunk. So let's take the Gunk, right? If you download it on your Xbox One, you get 30 frames per second. But if you stream it with the cloud gaming, are you going to get the 60?
Mm.
That's going to be the big question.
Yeah.
So you're trying to say that will it stress it by any chance by streaming it?
Right.
If
Will
they-
streaming it
Okay.
give you the advantage of playing it as it was intended on a Series X? I don't think they've answered that question yet. Now,
Yeah.
Lupa said that that they're going to be testing this in the Insider program next month. So I'm assuming September. So since I'm in the Insider program, I'm in the skip ahead upstairs in the 1X. We're gonna find out.
Yeah. I think this is a big time game changer for a lot of gamers out there who, you know, they're in different situations. Some people can't afford the latest, greatest. You know, they only play on PC or they only have, you know, you got students, they got a laptop and, you don't have the latest, greatest hardware.
Mm-hmm.
So the cloud just, gives everybody that opportunity, an option to play these games and not have to spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
And that's the whole deal about Xbox. They want people to be in the ecosystem. And how do you do that? How do you reach those 10 billion plus gamers out there? Well, you bring the games to the devices that they, wanted. Sometimes they have no choice. That's the only place they can play. And if you give it to them to where they can play with ease, and it's not too bad, yeah, I mean, can't complain about that as a gamer.
And Hades played just fine for me.
Yeah.
So,
but like you say, that's a small title. You know what I mean? Now, when it comes to something like you say, if it's something that is very active around you, like a shooter, that's the question that you were having earlier. Will cloud gaming hold the whole thing that is surrounding the game, since there's a lot of going on? Will we have that lag because the game is, let's say, too heavy, for how many gigs, you know what I mean?
right.
That's one of the questions that we would like to be answered when it comes to that. Will it hold? That's something that we need answers, when it comes to cloud gaming. Even though they somewhat show, I'd rather say somewhat show it, let's put it that way, because if they show Flight Sim on a console, knowing that that game is that game is pretty much heavy itself on the PC.
Mm-hmm.
And it was pretty much brought for the first time ever on a console. And we already experienced on how good and stable that game is. Now the question is, will that game will transfer to cloud gaming and be stable as the other two, now that we're talking about a cloud gaming? That's something that we would like to have some answers when it comes to that. what will happen with heavy, demanding games like that.
Well, and I think that's something that that's something I can test here. With this app, I could test it on the Wi-Fi with the Surface. So I mean, those are things I can test, but as always, and it does say occasional wait times may occur.
Mm-hmm.
So
see, that's the part. Yeah, that's the part that people does not have the patience. But I'm just just saying. But that's something that we would like to know and see how will it run on the cloud.
We're gonna find out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the whole point. They're gonna test it, keep getting that feedback, and make improvements. So.
And we'll definitely test.
Hey, what's up, Scott P?
Brother Scott. All right. What else?
There's quite a bit shown.
There was.
I'm not into, but you had Age of Empires 4, Crusaders King 3.
That's the first time he's going to the console.
It is.
Crusaders. That's the first time.
Oh, by the way, on all consoles, just as a side of this, I just clicked on there was a separate post on this. It does say, in order to ensure the highest quality experience across the broadest set of devices, we will support up to 1080p and 60 FPS, just like Xbox Cloud Gaming Beta across PCs, phones, and tablets. So, yeah. So just so you know.
That's not bad.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that for streaming.
No.
People that are going to expect 4K even streaming, no, you're not getting it.
No, and pretty much that's pretty much the basic, 1080 60.
Yeah.
So
take
pretty
that.
much the basic.
So, all right. So you did mention Crusader Kings, so I will show that. I don't know anything about Crusader Kings, so somebody tell me about it.
Yeah, I don't.
Isn't that a strategy game?
It is. That's about all I know.
Yeah, I can't. I tried. Not my thing.
Okay.
But I've heard some people who are been interested in it. So.
Oh no, it's true. I can't. I can't deny it because I have played Halo Wars. You know what I mean? That's a strategy. That's an RTS. So, it actually shows the controller. Oh boy, I didn't know that. The thing is that it's not. I'm not trying to push it to the side, but when it comes to strategy game, I pretty much put it to the side because I like freedom. I like freedom. For me, I like freedom. I don't like when I only have a limited space of movement just to make an attack. That's me. But if the story is good, that's a whole different story. It's all about the story.
Yeah. Well, and I dig the time period. I've loved medieval time period stuff. And I don't know. I'm not a big RTS person, but it doesn't seem like this is an RTS. It's a strategy role-playing game, or whatever that means. So it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's necessarily a true RTS. I don't know enough about it.
I do remember seeing that how, of course you got your kingdom and you got others, and you got to make deals. You you can, send one of your kids to marry into the kingdom next to you, send spies, all kinds of, taking over kingdoms, the long road, taking the long road and taking them down from within. I think, that type of strategy. So it is interesting.
It sounds like it has a little bit of Defender of the Crown in it. An old Cinemaware game.
Yeah.
So there was that. Some other announcements, because I want to get to some other things, some other bigger announcements that came out of Gamescom, because we still have one more big topic to talk about. So there's an expansion coming to Wasteland 3, Cult of the Holy Detonation. I'm not gonna lie, Wasteland 3 is not really. I tried it. I tried it. I couldn't get into it. I wanted to like it, but I just couldn't. I couldn't get into it. So, but for those of you who are fans of that, that's coming.
I played I played the remaster and it was really good, but I couldn't get in. I got into it. It's just that it's very different since it was straight from the computer. So I played the remaster, but the story is really, really good.
Okay. The Colorado collection is coming out on Steam, GOG, Xbox, and PlayStation. The Colorado collection includes the Battle of Steeltown and the Cult of Holy Detonation expansions, as well as the Colorado Survival Gear bonus items. So, however, Game Pass Cult of Holy Detonation is not coming to Game Pass, so you'll have to buy this. However, if you are a Game Pass member, you get 10% off, but it's $6.99. So you're gonna get, and this is also the final expansion to this game, just so you know.
So they could focus on supposedly a bigger RPG that they have online.
Yes.
That's good.
No. What else? There was also a Age of Empires 4. Hands-on history, so that's a series of 28 unlockable videos, and of course the trebuchet,
State of Decay 2 had a.
Oh, the other expansion. I'm very surprised that they brought information about State of Decay 2. I thought they were actually done and go to State of Decay 3 on something that they were talking about, that they were working on. I'm very surprised they actually. That's got to be the last DLC, if I'm not mistaken.
It probably is, yeah. They've been supporting it. They had their roadmap, so.
And they have 10 million lifetime for that. So that's a big.
It's the original map of the first State of Decay game.
Yeah.
It's a fully remastered open world playable map. 6 new bases, unique weapons and outfits that can only be found in Trumble Valley. Yep. I am surprised though. That we've heard nothing about. Yeah, no, but I am very shocked that we have heard nothing about State of Decay 3.
I'm not.
Why?
I think it's still a little ways out. It's using because they're using Unreal Engine 5. Still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, but show
I don't
us
see that game coming out until maybe 23.
No, then they're gonna.
I believe it. I believe.
Yeah, I mean, look, when I looked, I didn't watch the show because I was at work, and I just didn't get back to the kind of deal. And they had that one chick, the hair on the side, shaved on one side, and they had what's his name, Paris. And as the host, right, the main host.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely the criticism of the pacing of the show and maybe too much of this or that. I get that, but GamesCom has never been about we got to reveal the latest, greatest, and this and that. I know all these other studios we haven't heard from. But Gamescom has never really been that, for revealing something that hasn't been shown before. It's just, reiterate what was shown at E3 and maybe in between, and then we get some latest, greatest updates. But when I look at some of this stuff, I mean, there's games here that's for everybody, all types of games, and you're not going to get every game that you've been waiting for, and you want to hear at Gamescom. It's not. That's just not the way the show's been done in the past. And it was one time it kind of bit Xbox in the ass because they showed Scalebound, they showed Crackdown 3, and then nothing, right?
But
and they
this is
have
the
to be
thing.
careful about. They gotta wait. You gotta let these developers get it to the point where they're ready to show something. And if they're ready by Gamescom, throw it in there. But I see a lot of cool stuff. Like earlier, we are talking about Daylight 2. We got Psychonauts 2 is just out. Crusader. And then we got another update. I'm sure you're gonna bring it up here for Forza Horizon 5, right? They showed more of that. I think they showed a decent amount of games, and there's something there that each one of us was like, "Hey, that's cool." So, if anything, what you got out of this, you saw a couple games. Hey, I'm looking forward to this. I'm not as happy to see that. Then, hey, I think the show did what it did. What it's there for, right? You're not gonna please everybody.
This is what's happening, and I hear this now, and I've seen it on Twitter. Even you, Fastback, you just said it. When I talk with my friends, we usually, like I said, there's some battles in there, and one of the answers that they keep telling me when it comes to that for Gamescom is what happened to the rest of the games. What happened? Don't they? Microsoft have 23 studios, and they couldn't show anything on Gamescom. They show half of it on E3, and they couldn't show the rest of what they're doing on Gamescom. So see, that's the mentality of what people are getting it kind of lately. They expect that each studio should show something because, well, let's say depending on the studio and how big they are, they think like, okay, 343 have 500 plus employees. They should have shown. I'm just saying like this.
Yeah,
they should have shown Halo for E3, and the other half they should have shown something else for Gamescom. The same with Obsidian. They should have shown Avowed on E3, and whatever RPG, or they should have shown Avowed on E3 and the Outer Worlds 2 on Gamescom. That's something that I be hearing pretty much all the time. Not only, like I said, reading it from Twitter, but also from friends of mine or anything like that, because they keep saying there's 23 people. I mean, there are 23 studios. There's some studios there that have more than 200 employees. So you're telling me that they couldn't show any sort of extra info from that studio that have 500 plus employees? And that's the problem when it comes to from E3 to Gamescom. Mm-hmm. They expect that big studio not only show Halo, but they should have shown something else too. They could have shown a multiplayer, or like right now, they should have shown campaign, and they could have said 343 was creating something else.
But I'm gonna say, and again, I
so
think
we're going into Halo now.
I know. That's the only.
Well, and that was another thing is why hold that announcement for Keighley? That didn't make any sense to me. But
hold on. You got a live audience. You got to remember, the Gamescom show that Xbox did was pre-taped. Keighley brings the audience. He has the numbers there. Xbox does it as far as views and all that. That's what Keighley does. Like him or not, the guy has an audience, and he was live.
Right, but you have to give him something, You
do, yeah.
And it's the same thing with Amico. I mean, we talked about in the DM. Certain things cannot be shown because they're holding it off for something.
So that gotta be from the Video Games Awards. That makes sense
for another party. So they have something.
That makes sense.
But to give your release date.
I think in both cases
But I want to
Yes.
go back to compulsion for a second. All right, this idea that well, they need to have something to show. Keep in mind that they released We Happy Few in 2017. They were acquired by Microsoft in 2018. So they released We Happy Few in 2017. So
the full
we are
game,
now.
or you're talking about into game to
No, I'm talking about the game
game
itself.
preview.
The game itself,
Yeah.
released in 2017. Then they purchased. They purchased them
3
in
years
2018.
later, something like that.
So we're now 3 years out from them being acquired, and we're getting ready to go into year 4, and you don't even. I mean, honestly, you don't even know. You have no idea what they're working on, none whatsoever. Nothing.
I would say
does.
so.
With it,
Phil does. Phil knows.
Phil knows.
Let's put it.
He said he's played. He's been there. He's played whatever they got.
Great.
I'm okay
What is
with
it?
that. Okay,
What
whenever
is it?
they're ready. I don't know. I've
Okay.
seen hints of it being like something.
No,
in
I think
space,
that's. I
but-
think that's. I mean, we know what Obsidian is doing. We know what In Exile is doing. We know what the Initiative is doing. We know what Playground is doing. We know what Ninja Theory is doing. We know what we haven't seen Everwild in a couple of years, but we know what Rare is continuing to do. We have no idea what Compulsion is doing, none whatsoever.
Okay. One of them, if I'm not mistaken, supposedly they were hiring. That's one, because I saw it on their Twitter.
Yeah.
Two, shout out to Lord Cognito, because he's the one who did the interview with the community manager of Compulsion. I forgot.
Yeah. It's been about a
What
year
is it
ago.
called? Last name Nadja. I think it was NADJA. A community manager. She said she could only say one thing, and it was a third-person adventure.
Yeah.
She just left it like that.
I think, but she said it was sci-fi.
It was something like that, but I know she left it like a third person.
Yeah.
Right.
And then after that, if I'm not mistaken, but I gotta recheck it again. Supposedly they were going back to the office, but at the same time they were expanding their studio, similar to Ninja Theory for what happened. It was something like that I heard if I'm not mistaken. So those are the things that Compulsion was posting, but at the same time, like I said, that interview with the Iron Lords at the same time, it is a really long time. The last thing that they did was pretty much upgrade We Happy Few to the Series X and S. That's the last thing that they have done. They pretty much upgraded it, their performance and their visuals and all that for that game. Those are the only things that I know so far.
Yeah, that's not much.
No, go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that's not much.
No, it's not much. But I hope that everything is going quite well. Like you guys are saying, we don't know anything, even though it is close to here, because I'm in Western New York, so I could just cross the lake and, hey, knock on their door. So to see what they're doing.
But I just don't understand, why would that bother you when, like you said, we have all these other studios that always kind of revealed a little bit more what they're doing. Plus you add in third party and then all these indie games that go into Game Pass. Why does it have to bother somebody when, what is the studio doing? How come they haven't revealed anything? But at the meantime, you got all these games that we already coming out. We don't even have enough time to play. I have no problem waiting for the information to come out when they're ready.
Well,
Is this only in the gaming industry like this? Like, are we worrying about what new Model
Maybe
Ford
movies?
is working on?
Maybe movies,
or
This is the thing. Like I say, I deal with this. The first question that they tell me, because he's gonna go answer to Fastback. Why do they worry? Because the first thing that pops into everybody's mouth, which I hear the most, is tell me something Tell me something or show me something, an exclusive that will let me tell me, let me get the Series X. That's what I get the most. Why do they worry about? That's pretty much the answer that that they keep saying.
Well, that's a you
Show me.
problem.
I don't get.
That's a you problem, correct?
I
But
don't
that's
get
something
how.
that
I don't get how as a consumer I am not allowed to be concerned or wondering or need
No,
to
you-
know.
Why,
I mean,
why are you being concerned though? I mean,
No,
it's one thing
because
like,
they haven't
I would
shown
like to know. I
anything.
would like to know what new model Ford is working on.
Because the thing is, because this is the thing. Why are
Actually-
they concerned? Is if they we have let's
People
say
do
four
that with
different
movies, by
four
the
different
way.
systems. So common sense, they're gonna go like, I'd rather go for the PC because the PC give me all this, so I don't need the Xbox. You have to give me something. Give me something that will let me actually decide and say, I want that Xbox. I want that. Because the same answer that that like I say, that's just me. I don't know about you guys. They say like that goes to PC. So I'd rather go for the PC and I don't need the Xbox for it. But you have to give me something that will let me crave for the Xbox since it's on PC. And that's why it's something that like, why is it concerning you? Because they want an exclusive, something that that you cannot find it anywhere. That it comes to that.
and I want to know what they're working on. I am concerned that it's been 3 years and they don't have anything to show.
But why are
That
you
is
concerned? What if they stop making games? Period. Why are you concerned about that? If you're being a shareholder and have money on the line,
Because I'm a
Wow.
consumer of
If-
I'm a consumer of their product, and I happen
Mm-hmm.
to like their last game.
Yeah.
So
But if they like Peter said,
why
if
lay
they stop making
awake at
games,
night
oh
and
well,
be
see ya.
concerned?
There's other
Mhm.
games over here now I could play. Oh, well,
yeah,
bye.
of course there are. Of
it's
course
like-
there are. But if it,
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to.
I mean,
wonder
I
what
don't.
they're doing
I'm
and-
Right,
usually
exactly.
not that.
You
But
know.
not
I'm
concerned.
typically
That's
not that
like
nonchalant
like
about it.
something is on the line.
I'm typically not my $14.99 a month. I mean,
But
Then
there's other
stop paying
games that
that.
are-
You will save
So-
$14.99 a month.
but which would
but,
be
you
my
know-
choice. Which would be my choice as a consumer. This
True.
this idea that a consumer can't be concerned about a product they support. I find this a little odd.
No, you can't be concerned. But what we're saying is, there's so much other stuff out there to play
Yeah.
while you're waiting on this. And if it doesn't come out, oh well, they don't get my money. I'm
Concerned
playing these
is
other
But
if there's
games.
gonna
I'm
be
not
food on the
arguing that
table or
part of it.
not,
I'm
but
not
this is
saying I'm
Peter,
not
you
saying
crazy.
I'm not saying that that's a part of it. I'm not taking into account that there are other games to play. That's great. That's great. I mean, I'm not beseeching anybody else to say, well, you guys all have to be concerned about this. I can be concerned about it. Nobody else has to be. But
But I think
that's-
concerned is too grave of a word. I mean, you
Mhm.
can
Why
be,
not?
you know.
I'm concerned about Halo. Should I not be?
See, I,
mean-
didn't bring Halo just in case.
But
Yeah.
but sometimes people they're concerned. They're like, well, what's going on? Maybe someone left the studio. Something's going on. They keep all these concerns change into narratives and speculation when we don't even know what's going on. We have no idea. And
That's
it's just
That-
too
that's
many other studios
part of the issue.
that are bringing out games and that I could play now.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you know
care.
what?
Okay,
though?
which I can still
Yeah,
play,
everything-
absolutely. But I can play those games. I can play those
Yeah.
games while wanting some transparency from the other studios that I'm waiting on games from.
But see, this is the thing.
two things,
you know
the two
whose
things
fault
are not
this-
mutually exclusive.
You know why it was fault as this? Not for nothing. Cyberpunk, because they put too much hype and they release it as a broken.
Oh, this happened long
Broken
before
game.
Cyberpunk.
Yeah, but the thing is that okay. The reason why I mentioned Cyberpunk because it was the transition of a new gen. Let's put it that way. Because I know it happened, but it's a new gen. So the thing is that now when big games like Halo, and now let's put it. How can I say it? Because what comes to mind was Cyberpunk. It came out broken. Then it was Ghost of Tsushima, charging for features that should have been there and all that. And now Halo, we only get this, but we're not gonna get that. Now is becoming a habit. You know what I mean? It's concerning. That's the problem. Now studios are doing things that for us consumers, like, why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? Why are they making decisions like that? That is concerning. But for compulsion, let's put it this way, like you say, it's concerning because I'm with you. I get it. We haven't heard anything. But it might when the time comes, they will bring something really big that we don't know anything about, and we're pretty much maybe blown away. That maybe, let's say, if they bring some game that is close to, the caliber of Star Wars Fallen Order, like that, from a company that created something that it was BioShock, make something from away from their comfort zone. Let's put it. I know that's not their comfort zone because they created Contrast 2 also as an indie, but now that they have the funding of Microsoft, what happens if they want to create something really big that when the time comes and they show it, we're like, wow, we never expected Compulsion Games create something this, it's a big transition from We Happy Few to something like this. So,
all right, so let me ask you this.
Mike, here's the thing. You can wonder what's going on, but you should not be concerned. Concerned is, you can be concerned if you won't survive the night. That's where you can be concerned,
I can be concerned about a game studio. Here's the thing.
No,
So let me
that's
ask you guys
nothing to
this.
be concerned about.
Let me
Same thing
ask
about
you guys
concerned
this.
about
All right,
Halo. If it's going to be good or not. If it's
hang on.
bad, you don't play it.
Okay, so let me. All right, so let me ask this. So, had Ninja Theory put out, what was that? Their Bleeding Edge, right? And we've gone all this time, and you never knew they were working on Hellblade 2. Because they announced Hellblade 2, what, 2.5 years ago? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? If they never announced it at the Video Games Award, and we're here sitting in GamesCom, and Ninja Theory hasn't said a word about Hellblade 2.
Exactly.
Yeah, right? Okay, reconnection successful. So we're here at Gamescom 2021, and you haven't heard that Ninja Theory even announced that they're doing Hellblade 2. Would you be concerned about that?
No.
At all?
I'm not concerned.
No.
I see when games come and I like it, I play them. I'm not concerned. I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it until they show me something, and then it's like, hey, it got my interest. And then when it comes out, and I see more of it, and I see people, hey, I like this, I'm gonna try it. Other than that, I don't give a shit because I'm playing something else.
I think a ton of people like me would be going, what is Ninja Theory doing?
Nah, I wouldn't worry about that. They got a really good reputation. I wouldn't worry about that. But new studios, maybe just because they're new. But we wanted to know, what are they capable of?
But shit happens. And look at Rare. Supposedly there's something going on. Maybe they had a setback, whatever, or even at 343. Shit happens. Sometimes people look. You got to account for the pandemic. The studios, to me, in my opinion, have been set back about a year. So people are affected because either they got COVID, someone in their family, they lost a loved one, a friend. They're working from home. They're having to work from home and try to help teach their child do school online. And there's so much going on these past couple of years. We have to kind of, let them do what they got to do. Hopefully, they're able to get something out soon and reveal it. I think these companies they have more events and deals that they can reveal what they're doing anytime throughout the year. not just E3, right? And so sometimes we'll hear something new at Gamescom, but not Gamescom's normally not, as far as we're talking about Xbox. I mean, because you still got third party out there, maybe they'll wait for Gamescom, because there's studios out here in Europe or whatever. But now, Xbox has had, the XO 19, 18. I don't know if they're going to do a 20, maybe, and I would suspect that they're going to have a, like they did Halo 5, they're going to have an event that comes out. Either they do it the day before Halo Infinite or maybe a week before, I don't know. And then Xbox has been using the Game Awards. Well, other places too, right? To reveal something new.
That's where they revealed Hellblade 2.
Well, Hellblade 2, yeah. And other companies, other devs have used the Game Awards because it's a big event, live. We just gotta, it'd be nice to hear something from Compulsion. I hear you on it. I'm curious what they're, especially after the interview that Iron Lords had with the PR person from there. But other than that, it's like, well, I mean, until they show me something, okay. I just keep seeing all these other great games that we've been shown or we're playing now that we're having a good time. And no way we're putting you in the category of all these idiots on Twitter that they're fake concerns that turn into clickbait agendas and this and that.
No.
And don't think that just because me and Peter are like, well, why are you concerned?
This is our last show. This is our last show together.
Oh shit. Okay, fine.
It is?
But no, it doesn't. Yeah.
Now,
but I get you. So we might as well go to Halo too.
Well, hang on,
Maybe I'm easier to please, or I just don't care as much. It's like.
While I'm playing games that have been good and coming out.
Well, hang on. Well, speaking of companies that actually do announce stuff, we did get something new from after the Xbox show. Jeff Keighley did actually show a reboot of Saints Row.
Oh yeah.
That looks good.
Now, here, something that will unite us.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm more excited about this. I didn't care for Saints Row 3 or 4 or whatever.
No.
But this, because it's going back to what Saints Row 2 was, that, they were trying to compete with GTA, right? And you had these gangs, you had sections, and you had to take over territory, and all these other little stuff. I'm excited to see what this.
Oh. Well,
that's like familiar the way they did it, because since they haven't announced anything about GTA 6, it reminds me of Sleeping Dogs when GTA 5 then they didn't know when it was gonna release, so they released Sleeping Dogs and it was a pretty good game. So I think this is the same move that they're trying to do. Volition and the crew of it got to be THQ Nordic, if I'm not mistaken. So it's good to bring back Saints Row. I'm not a fan of it. I've seen it, but I'm not a fan of it. But it's a really good timing to release a game like that.
Yeah, and it's coming out next year, I think. I think I saw that. And it's being published by Deep Silver. And it's being made by Volition, so it's being made by the original, the original crew. So this is, 3 and 4 got weird, really weird. And I know why they did. They were being, because as you guys are pointing out, they were being compared to Grand Theft Auto, just like True Crime,
Sleeping Dogs,
and which became Sleeping Dogs, right? But any game like this, there were so many clones of GTA at the time, so I get why they went kind of nuts. But Saints Row can go nuts without being aliens and bizarro weapons and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, finally has some. I mean, GTA 5 story was weak. A lot of repetition of stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm
I
glad
thought
they.
this-
Yeah, it's like a
And
better
this looks
game
like
out
it's
there.
gonna have a all new cast too, right? All new characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Away from my friends.
Experience the biggest and best Saints Row playground ever created. Unique sprawling world of Santo Iso is the backdrop for a wild, larger-than-life sandbox of thrilling side hustles, criminal ventures, and blockbuster missions as you shoot, drive, and wingsuit your way to the top. Looking for kind of bigger news on it. But this is what we're getting. I'm excited for this.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it still has a little bit of silliness, kind of
Yeah.
exaggerated weapons
Yeah.
and this and that. But if it could give us that feel like Saints Row 2 had, I'm down.
Most definitely. And there was some other
Yeah,
stuff.
this Darby says GTA 6 is not coming out.
It's never
I don't
coming
expect
out.
it anytime soon.
Do they need it to come out?
No, they don't.
What is it? Almost 11 years, and that's the only game that could take whatever years and it's still coming out good. So
Yes.
that's a little different of a story. Before I
That
say
game-
the Halo thing.
That game is what is called the ultimate grift.
Yeah.
So,
The only game that could take at least 20 years and nobody will complain, but other games will get complaints. Don't get it.
yes. All right. So other things that were announced at the at that, and since we're past midnight, we do want to get to Halo. I'm just gonna go over them. If anybody wants to see any of it,
Hey, we
while we're
still
talking-
want to touch Halo? I thought we already did. No.
No, not yet.
We've been kind of spots here.
Not yet. I'm already now I'm in a mood.
Ooh.
Now we got Marvel Midnight Suns, which is a new RPG coming out from Marvel.
That looks cool.
Oh yeah.
That
cool.
looked pretty
That looks
cool.
Even the
that-
controller.
Yeah, they did show Call of Duty Vanguard, some campaign footage. That's coming
Yeah,
out
that
November
looks
5th.
good too. I mean,
That does look good.
it's
That
World
does
War
look
II,
good.
which is my favorite Call of Duty.
This is mine.
So
Is this the
It's
first
right in
time
my
that
alley.
we're getting into a story of the like the sniper from Russia? Like we
Yes.
were talking about that. Like yeah, I remember reading about that, but it's kind of cool that they're
yeah, so we
expanding on
finally get to where it's not actual factual,
Yes,
Anymore.
and that's a
Mhm.
big difference.
but still
from
the same period.
Battlefield
So
5.
they can
Right.
do some fresh ideas and
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Cult of the Lamb, another Devolver Digital game. So. Oh, Cerebral Paul, I'm sending you a whole different shirt now. You're not getting. No, get with Fastback. He places the orders. So. He wishes for an XL, but go on the Teespring site. Go down below in the description, Paul, and just pick the shirt you want.
Yeah, send me a
and then
link if you want.
Yeah. So it's not we're not dictating the shirt you get. Get the one you want. Cult of the Lamb by Devolver. Usually I wouldn't pay much attention to a game called Cult of the Lamb, but it's Devolver Digital. So
Death Door.
Yeah.
Death Door is
Yeah.
good. Might be good too.
exactly. They showed some more Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge. They actually showed April O'Neil will be a playable character, and will be one of the playable characters. Still only a Switch and PC game. I found that interesting.
For Ninja Turtles?
That's what they showed.
Probably
What?
starting off as.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Blasphemy. What?
I know. I Keely at the end of the trailer. I was waiting for a. It's only set for right now. It is only coming to Switch and PC.
I have a Switch. Okay, I have a Switch, but
Nintendo
That's
paid for
blasphemy.
that.
Yeah. There are no other current. I mean, there's no other current systems that it's come out with, which is bizarre because it's Dotemu,
Yeah.
who was just bought by who just bought them? We just talked about this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I
getting
hope
late.
that's the continuation of Manhattan Project.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I hope that's a continuation after he got beaten.
Focus bought them. Focus just bought them. But
Oh,
yeah, I mean,
wow.
I'm on their press page and it still only lists Switch and Steam. So that's dumb. That's dumb. I'm concerned about that. So,
No,
I
I
mean,
think Nintendo made a deal with them. I mean,
they had to.
Ninja Turtles was big on Nintendo back in the day.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
So,
That's
It was, but I don't see that Sega Genesis version of Shredder's Revenge coming.
Hey,
No, sir.
you never know. That might be in Television Amico.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, never know.
Yeah. So they showed off April O'Neil in that. They showed off they finally showed the new character coming to Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania, and that is Morgana. And
Who? Cortana.
Morgana.
Oh, Morgana.
Morgana.
Sorry.
Yes. Now, I'm actually interested in Monkey Ball. It looks like a great little party game that I can play with my kids. They did finally talk about Star Wars, Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. That is actually back
cool.
on for spring of 2022. I know my son Seth is very, very happy to hear that. They showed the Outlast Trials. So I guess that's another game in the Outlast series. Doke 5, a monster catching game of some sort. We got to see the Far Cry 6 official story trailer, which looked really good. I know you're very high on that one, Chris.
which one?
Far Cry 6?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Amazon Games showed New World.
That looks cool. Oh my god.
Yep. Chart Your Fate. Valheim Hearth and Home. Excuse me, sorry. It's coming out in September. We got a new release date trailer for Sifu, which I'm looking forward to. It's coming out on Epic Games and
same here.
and PlayStation 5. That comes out February 22nd. And then they
5 and PC, ain't it? Steam?
I don't know if it's Steam. Was it Steam
Thought it
as
was
well?
kinda Steam also. I
Let me
think
look
so.
at the back end of that. I know
Gotta be.
it's no. It says PS5, PS4, and Epic.
What?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Well, I get on Epic on PC.
So I'll get it on
Okay.
PS5. So, and then they showed off the Death Stranding director's cut preview trailer. So, everybody hold your applause for that. All right. So then, in the middle of the show, much to everybody's surprise, except for Chris and Peter, who called it, Joe Staten came out to talk about Halo Infinite. And they showed off a brand new cinematic trailer for the multiplayer. So they're going for seasons. And I guess this is going to be kind of a
trailer. Good
yeah,
name.
it's a great trailer.
Yeah.
So this will be the free-to-play multiplayer that's coming. And then we got a release date. What was that release date again?
December 8th,
December 8th.
which is a very weird day on a Wednesday.
It is a weird day on a Wednesday.
I know. It is weird. Like, why that date and on a Wednesday when the games normally come out Tuesdays? And are they trying to be nice to Techlands and hey, release your game on Tuesday? We'll do ours on Wednesday, just to kind of give you guys a little bit.
So, so this is going the way. I know you guys aren't gonna like this. It's going the way of Fortnite. You watch. I mean, in the way that they're doing seasons. I mean, everything. Epic's Legends. Halo 5 is basically taking the rail of the free-to-play games that are season-based. So,
I mean, that's where the money's at right now, right? I mean, as far as that's what young gamers are all about nowadays.
Yeah.
They like to see the season. What are you bringing this season?
Right.
What are you going to do to keep me interested and keep playing your game? That's just what these young gamers are all about. I mean, back in the day, we played multiplayer. We just kept playing it.
Yeah.
We didn't worry about what updates are coming. We just make sure we got enough maps. They're fun. Game runs smooth, but nowadays people want that content.
Yep. And
regular basis.
Nick, I think you're making a good point. They're gonna split it up to keep people paying for Game Pass and keep season passes and keep them playing and buying cosmetics.
It's work. Look for two big games that Sea of Thieves has been successful. It started off with the core-based game, and of course people, oh, there's nothing here to do. Me and Peter and others, we found something to do. We had fun together, but they kept supporting it. Now, of course, I don't play it anymore. But and then you look at Destiny, that model also. They keep bringing some pretty good content at what I don't know. Do they give content every year or?
I think there is. It's funny. It's funny because my friend said that there is an event very close, and I think they're doing some type of Halo Destiny collaboration.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, he told me that. I stopped playing Destiny 2 because I felt some type of way, but
Yeah, me too. I don't play, but people, you look at Bungie, they keep bringing out some, big story DLC content, and the multiplayer stuff, and man, people like the Iron Lords, and they love that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they do.
Halo wants to try to capture that because there's a lot of lore in Halo, and
there is.
Man, they can bring so much stuff from that lore on a regular basis.
Not for nothing, but if they bring at least little bits and pieces, the only thing that could work is if you add little bits and pieces of, let's say, some type of side story to the game.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really awesome for the seasons.
That seems to be what this looks like.
Like Gears 5 did with the
like that, yeah, like
they
that.
bring on a regular basis,
Yeah.
Like that, yes.
But
you never know; they might bring something from the ODSTs. Let's put it that way, something from the ODST. What happened with Blue Team after what happened on Halo 5, like that.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
So,
right, Jay.
So let's get into it because I have some thoughts. So I've been told, or not me personally, that I am also not allowed to have an opinion on not having certain parts of the game ready for launch. However, I don't understand. So if you think not being concerned about compulsion is one thing, I am downright I have no idea what the hell and we are, so now we know the game's coming out in December. We also know the game is coming out without multiple modes. Now,
Whoa, multiple modes, what?
I mean, features.
Features. So no Forge and no campaign co-op.
At first, when I read when it was something announced or rumored, it was like, at first I thought it was no campaign. That's how I read it. It's like
Oh,
Halo
right.
multiplayer is like there's no campaign.
Well,
It's like,
remember
no
they were going
campaign.
to they were gonna do that. Remember they were gonna release the
Well,
campaign,
right. That's why I was like surprised. Like what?
Yep,
and it's
sections, like they call
and
it
it's
sections.
And then I was
it's
like, oh, no co-op campaign.
Right.
And then I was thinking like, yeah, the way it's going with Halo 4 that we're still halfway, we can never get the band together anyway. So
well, but campaign co-op is stuff that I love the most. I mean, we did the Gears 5 expansion. We started Ascent. We've done. I mean, you know, my issue isn't with Forge. I don't care about Forge. Forge was always an add-on to Halo, right?
Mhm.
Correct. So you know, if Forge isn't ready at launch, that's one thing. The thing about the co-op though, remember that they were bringing back split screen co-op. Because remember they left it out of Halo 5 and everybody went nuts.
Mhm.
That's pretty important for people that want to play that way, to not have it at launch, because that's a way. The whole reason they brought it back was because they got that much blowback. I mean, we're also talking about a year later. Now, COVID aside, you know, I have two concerns, and these are sorry, Cerebral Paul, I have concerns. For starters,
Stop it.
Yeah.
For starters, not having the co-op campaign is not like not having Forge. You're missing a big component of that campaign. The second piece is we're now talking about, since now we know it's December, August, September, October, November, December, 4 months out, and we haven't even seen the campaign. We have no idea. Well, all we've seen is multiplayer. They did this with Gears, and the Gears 5 campaign I enjoyed, but it wasn't universally praised. You know, this is what they did before. They concentrate on the multiplayer. Because you're right, you guys are right. This is where the money's at, except it's free to play. And the campaign is like an afterthought almost, and I'm wondering why.
Well, you don't want to.
I wouldn't
right?
think it's an afterthought. Why
No?
would it be an afterthought when it's coming out at the same day as multiplayer?
I'm missing the co-op part.
Missing the co-op part, but it will be 3 months later, so it's not like, you know, they didn't think about it. I think this campaign is so open world that whenever you are in co-op mode and people are all over the place, they basically can do their own direction. It's like, how do you tie it all together? And I think they were having issues getting that just right. Like, you go to something and you get, you know, you get a cutscene. What does it do to the other people that are like all the way at the other side of a map? Does it stop them from doing that? And then, you know, are they showing your cutscene? How do they progress themselves through the campaign? Is it just you know? I mean, we don't know, but is it your progression? So it doesn't contribute to their progression per se.
Right. Well, Destiny kind of does that, right? I mean, we're all out there together, but we're not tethered.
Right. Aren't you tethered when you're in a mission, though? Are you tethered together in a mission? And I don't mean...
Yeah, you can go to another planet or something and do whatever you want to do. You're still kind of like...
But if you do a mission together, it's a linear...
Right. It's not really open. It's really pretty...
Yeah.
You know, it's a open world almost on rails.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a very complex, ambitious thing.
And I'm with Cerebral Paul as far as the technical issue. like he said before, they got a new engine. Maybe they didn't foresee the complication with the co-op with the new engine.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, you got to factor in this is the first Halo that's going to be on multiple devices at launch. Console, PC, cross-gen, cross-play. And Paul had mentioned in another podcast that they got to be able to. It's one thing to make sure the AI is focusing on how they react to you, but now they got to also react to the 3 other players, or 2 to 3 more.
And maybe they can do different missions. So then all of a sudden, we have Craig doesn't know what to do.
and
he will be involved in 2 missions, perhaps.
being
I don't
the
know.
complication, I agree. If you want to criticize 343 and Xbox, you could criticize the leadership so they made the choice that now we're going to go Halo as a live service. And so it's a bigger game than all the other Halos put together. It's on multiple devices. So it makes things very complicated. And just because you have 500 people working at studio, of course, they're all working on the same thing, doesn't mean that you're not going to have issues. Who knows whatever happened with the lead guy, why he left in that.
Right. I mean, maybe there were too many captains on a ship, and nobody was really steering it. And now that we get Joseph Statham in, maybe he has the capacity to have the good overview and steer the ship. I don't know.
Well, he used to work on the previous Halo, so
right. So he has an idea
Right.
about the story and the whole thing, and a vision that he can, of all those different moving parts.
Yeah, and
I mean, it's slightly disappointing that
we're
not
not
in a
because
campaign.
we would love to play together.
Probably for those guys too. I mean, I'm pretty sure they wanted to have the whole
Night Relic,
whole 9 yards.
Night Brother Relic.
including
Well, the
Forge
other
from
thing too is
day one.
outside of Game Pass, people are gonna be paying $60 for this game.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'm not and I'm not trying to criticize the fact that they're having this much trouble. The reason that I mean, there are folks, and I'm in this group, that think that putting this game out in that condition is a bad idea.
But there's much more involved. I mean, think about marketing deals. I mean, last year they started, we saw things in the grocery store as products,
Yep.
but
I know.
Halo Infinite on there. Bam, they took a huge hit to delay this game and having all those things. So now they have this again. Everything, it's not, they don't call up Utz potato chip saying like, hey, slap that logo on there next week.
Hey,
and put it on the shelf. Heck no, that's
and for consistency's sake, you guys heard us, a bunch of us, we know the here's my shameless Amico plug. We know the Amico's not coming out on October 10th, and a lot of us, while we're not walking away from it, are not happy and concerned, and rightfully concerned.
Well, I mean, and that's why, and also with the Halo anniversary and the Xbox anniversary. I mean, that's why they wanted to have it out this year because it's it's meaningful,
right? And but to take the Amico analogy, they in television isn't they're not interested in putting out a half-assed console that's incomplete.
Well, yeah, but a console and a game are 2 different things, though.
But what
I mean, a bad console with issues, that's your entire platform.
That's not you're absolutely right.
If you're dead in the water, you can close shop.
But again, the pandemic is affecting the issues with having the hardware you need to
absolutely
make them and
absolutely.
The quantity. I think if even that you got Halo Infinite has been in development for a long time. You
The
know,
compare
they
the
got a new
comparison.
engine, but you got to also factor in the pandemic that they've had some setback.
I absolutely
Sure.
do. I
Mhm.
absolutely do.
Who
My-
knows what's going on within that studio? Because
and see,
I work in the big industry with aviation, so I've seen so many management come in. You got so many people. Everybody has their own views on what they think is best for a process to flow through and work right. And you're gonna have people go back and forth. And I'm sure this probably happened at 343. And it's like, hey, we don't agree with you. No, I don't agree with you. And sometimes you got to make change, right? I mean, it happens, and it's sad that we're not getting co-op, together campaign at launch. But if Joe came in and said, "Look, let's try to get things back in order. What can we do to make sure this thing will come out?" Because it's a very ambitious game, live service. There's a lot going on. A lot of people are going to want to play this game at launch. Can we make sure that it's stable? It's one thing to try to make it stable for multiplayer, but now to make it stable for also co-op, that's a lot to ask for. And we've seen how many of these games, no matter Call of Duty and all these, they do it every year. You'd think they would have no problem, right? Because they've seen all the problems they have at launch with server issues, stability, and this and that, and they always have launch issues. And I think they're trying to make sure they get the best game to launch with the less issues, so people can enjoy it and say, "Look, we got a roadmap." They had a video that came out and said, "Look, in 3 months, we should have
Okay.
co-op."
But
And
not for
then-
nothing. Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that they're trying to be as transparent as they can, but at the same time, they just can't. They're not going to sit there and air out their dirty laundry.
Yeah.
This and that. I mean,
So these leaders are basically effed it up. Glad
yeah,
that
it's
they're
like
gone.
I don't
They're
give
not
a
gonna
shit
do it.
about that. Look, everybody has problems in every company. You're always going to have that. But in the end, once this product comes out, is it good? Did I enjoy it? And if I did, cool. Thank you for bringing it out. With no matter what happened, and that's all. I can only judge it when I get it in my hand and I play it. Until then, we could criticize like I said, the leadership for decisions they made that this is the route they wanted to go for the Halo Infinite. It's different from all the other we criticize them. Oh, you're not being traditional. Oh, now you're not doing something new. Like the whole deal with the sprint, right? And no matter what, people are never gonna be happy with them. Oh, you're not Bungie. It's like, geez, I mean, let's get the game in our hand, let's play it, and then we'll go from there.
And that's all. And none of that is none of that I have an issue with. My issue is what they're releasing is incomplete. And I
feel
don't
the same way.
And I don't think that that's
as far as Halo, yes, because we've been used to the past Halos that had the co-op campaign, right? But those games are not as big as this one. So how many games that come out and they have like Call of Duty and Battlefield? They have a campaign, they have multiplayer, and they still sell it for $60. So we don't have this game yet in our hand. We don't know how ambitious the open world campaign is.
I have an answer for that. Okay, let's go and it says December 8th release date, and we talk about the pandemic. Now, December is a pretty much month that everybody knows is big holiday because of Christmas. At this moment, and I know you guys saw it when it was announced, the limited edition of the Halo Infinite Series X Collected Edition. That sold real quick. And quickly enough, they said the scalpers. So in other words, until this date, they still doesn't have that many consoles out on the streets because they're pretty much, as we all know, they double charging people. Since there's not a lot of consoles out there, and we're talking about December, and a lot of kids are gonna be pretty much on their holiday recess. The co-op like that, the split screen, is a must because we're still on pandemic. There's still not a whole lot of system out there. And that's something that they should have thought, especially on a big caliber game like that. They should have thought of that. Because, yeah, we're old enough. We could play single player. We don't care. That's us because, you know, we could get to do that. But what about if you have a son and a son, daughter, whatever, they love Halo, but they can't play it together because they don't have that feature included. How can they play together if that's not included? Are you going to wait for the son to finish that and the daughter could finish that later and they got to wait for 3 to 6 months? That's what I mean. That's a feature that is a must. What about if a person, a friend, or whoever case may be, they're like, man, I want to play that Halo, but there's no system. How can you say, you know what? I want you to play with me. You can't do that because it's only a single player. The same thing that happened with Halo 5. Like Myke says, it wasn't included there, and it was a clash. It was a colossal, criticism for that. And now we got to wait for that many months. Yes. And I know what Paul said. It might be something that happened along the way, but let's remove 2020 and you still have 5 more years, include that. It could have been included through that year, through that time. So we're talking about 3 to 4 people that left out of 500 people. Come on. Let's be a little bit out of our bubble since we play like this. We don't care. But there's people that may have family that is multiple that would love to play that Halo as a split screen. And it's not included there because they got to wait for 3 to 6 months.
I think we have to blame the PC Master Race for
that. You know what? It's funny that you mentioned that. I don't know about that, but let me ask you guys. Halo back, I don't know if it was on PC. I can't even remember. Is that going to be like the first time that it's really tough to have split screen on the PC to pretty much have it as a, how can I say, cross play, with Xbox? If they're trying to do a 4-player co-op campaign? I don't know if you guys understand what I'm trying to say. 2 on Xbox and 2 on the PC side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
2 on one Xbox and 2 on one PC.
Oh,
I'm thinking like something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like split screen wise. Let's say split screen wise. I'm just saying like that because it's common sense. If it's online, that's pretty simple. Here, and there. Get the random what you should like. But how can you play with somebody on the same room if you don't have that feature included? Especially for kids, especially at this time of age, you don't have the money to create a PC because they're really expensive. And then the Xbox, the Xbox is not available because of the scalpers.
Yeah. And I'm sure split screen open world is a major beast.
Pretty much.
I'll break it down a little bit further. It's not the only game that would have been delayed. I mean, obviously, Horizon and God of War are next year.
Last of Us 2 multiplayer.
Last of Us 2.
Crickets.
And nobody. And here's the funny thing: nobody's gonna play it when it comes out. That's the other thing. Nobody's gonna play that multiplayer. Last of Us 2 is so outdated at this point. Nobody's gonna play the multiplayer. So that's probably why they've slowed down on it. But Horizon Forever West, Forbidden West, Forever Dawn, Jesus. Horizon, got delayed. It's gonna still sell a ton because it's Horizon. God of War, when it comes out, whatever time it comes out next year, it's going to sell just as well as it did if it came out this year. I even if you wanted to, because don't forget too, releasing multiplayer and single player as separate modules is not unprecedented. Crackdown 3 did it, right? Crackdown 3 had the multiplayer and the campaign. The campaign was different. I would even be, it wouldn't be perfect, but I'd even be fine if they released the multiplayer on December 8th and said, you know, we are having, and you know, I'm not accusing them of not being transparent. 343 has been extremely transparent. Guys, we're having we're having more trouble with this than we thought. You know, COVID isn't helping. You know, we're going to release the campaign when it's ready. In the meantime, here's our free-to-play multiplayer.
But apparently the campaign is ready.
But the co-op part isn't.
Well, and that's what we get like 3 months from now. I mean, why would we delay the whole thing? I mean, why should they delay?
Because you're asking.
Because of
I wouldn't delay when the campaign is there, but the feature should have been there.
Well, but the feature, but that ship has sailed. So my and damn it, I did it again. We talk about this stuff and I forget to light it up. You know, again, you're asking people to spend $60 or more.
Then they spend $60 3 months from now.
Right.
Wait a minute. But that's like agreeing. Sorry to say it like this, but that's agreeing to what Sony is doing with Ghost of Tsushima, charging people $10 for a feature that should have been there. So that means you're trying to give them a pass. Okay, for charging them, knowing that it should be there, but it's okay for Halo to do that. That's kind of like,
but
I don't
Halo,
know.
I'm confused because Halo. I mean, they're not charging you for the
exactly, but it is something.
No.
The big thing is something that should have been there.
I'm saying they're charging full price for an incomplete game. That's my point. They're charging you full price for a game that they promised you would have.
What about GTA? You get a single player multiplayer, and you got the multiplayer like, I don't know, 6 months or even longer. I forgot how long.
The question is, I've seen people play more GTA story than online.
Well,
No.
The GTA Online is way.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. When they put online, it became.
But wasn't
that's what I was about to say.
But wasn't GTA Online born after the game came out? I mean, that's a different situation. When they announced Halo Infinite,
they promised at the same time. It's just maybe the difference is they told you beforehand that it wasn't ready on day one. They still charge you $60 for this whole thing.
But GTA 5 was the online. The online was a whole separate component of GTA 5. People, GTA 5 was always a single player game.
Exactly. And how long does it last you, let's say, to explore the whole thing of GTA? It got to be more than 40 hours. So you have plenty to do that, and that's why they did that, for the online. But we're talking about Halo that is well known for having all those features. I know my friends say they include that on Halo 3. They the split screen and all that. But in a time like this, the way I'm thinking, in a time like this, that we're in a pandemic, and a lot of people is inside the house and all that, and whatever the case may be, split screen is pretty much a must.
I would
you-
say I would count it as a difference. Your friends cannot come over because of the pandemic, so you don't need split screen.
But what about the family members? If you have a big family.
No, it does suck for that, and I get that, and definitely, like I said before, definitely hold leadership.
Mhm.
You know, you could criticize them because they all decided, hey, we're gonna make a all new engine, live service game,
I understand
open
that.
world, and then it's like, oh shit, well, we can't get all this stuff to work, and we already delayed it 1 year. The hell hell no, release this game with just multiplayer only. I'm a campaign first person. I don't give a shit. Oh, I'm sorry, we can't play co-op. Okay, we'll play when it comes out. But I'm playing solo, brother. And I almost bet you, if you look at the metrics,
Oh, I mean, you
I
look at
bet
the
you have more people playing solo than they're playing co-op, split screen, than anything else. And Halo is one of those games that people love to play solo.
Yep.
And when you look at the metrics for multiplayer, they just do that to unlock that one Chivo that's attached to it, and that's it. The end.
Yeah.
Right, but you also can't.
Metric
You also
right.
can't.
I
You
mean,
also can't tell people that want the feature that they were promised. Sucks to be you. Sorry. I
Now,
mean,
they
that's
mentioned it once, right, somewhere, but that was the old leadership guy that mentioned, you know, live split screen co-op.
no. That was. I mean, that was at the beginning of when they announced the game. That people were so that people they had gotten so much blowback from not having it in Halo 5 that they were that was what was her name?
Yeah,
what was
Halo
her
5.
name? What's her name? Not
Bonnie
Sarah
Ross?
Bond. Was it Bonnie Ross? Right. I mean,
Bonnie Ross.
yeah, it didn't come from just it came from Bonnie. They
Yeah, but I'm talking about Halo Infinite. Did they come out and say, "Yep, at launch we're gonna have co-op,
Day
split
one.
screen, everything"?
Oh yeah.
Day one.
Yeah. That
When
was
did they
part
say
of their
that though?
when they announced the
year?
game. No, when they
Okay,
announced
but
when
you
the
get-
game
yeah,
was
of course, that's always the game plan, right? But as you go through development, it's like, okay, this ain't gonna work. And
Right,
even though
so-
we delayed it 1 year, it doesn't mean that it's gonna
then
be
you-
stable. If you know, we don't know what the state. It makes me wonder too, right? Because they said, okay, look, we can't release co-op at launch this year because this and that. Okay, it's gonna come 3 months. Okay, but it makes you wonder, like, if they were gonna release it last year, and we probably would have got a smaller campaign because they did say they had all these. They
They
already
wanted
had
to
a
do
roadmap, right?
sections.
And
They wanted to do sections.
they had different things, like either seasons or DLC to add into the campaign, and we're still going to get that. But now that they got the delay, I think they decided, okay, let's go ahead and add all this in or polish it up. And I know you were mentioning that they were thinking about, maybe release campaign first and then release the multiplayer, a little bit later when they're ready.
It was in one of the articles. It said something about
Yeah,
releasing it in
Phil had
sections
Phil
and-
said they had considered that.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. It's
like I said, to me this is different. And this is why we haven't talked about Forge. Forge is a different module to the game, right? Halo Infinite is a different the multiplayer is a different module from the campaign. When you're you're leaving money on the table if you're telling people, well, just wait 3 months and then buy it. Something else is going to come along. And those people are going to be angry too that they were told, well, yeah, sorry, you're going to have to wait while everybody else plays it. You're going to have to wait. If you want to play it with your friend or your sister, or AssassinLupa says, like MAGG, who likes to play the co-op stuff with his wife. If you're telling them, well, sorry.
But what is really the difference? Unless you don't want to hear spoilers and you're afraid of hearing spoilers, that's the only reason. Otherwise, wait 3 months. What matters if that just as one mode gets delayed 3 months or the whole game gets delayed 3 months?
Because you're watching other people get to play it the way they want to play it, and you don't get to play it the way you want to play it, and you're and that, I mean, that was what was, because I mean, that's gonna upset people. I can understand that.
Split
you may-
split screen on Halo 4, then not on 5, and then this one we gotta wait. Something is not right. You know, that's
Yeah,
something
that's-
that needs to be there. You know what I mean? That's something that needs to be there, especially when you have, like I said, I'm not gonna say friends, but family that love probably Halo and they can't play it together because they gotta wait. It's like
I think their best bet would have been to bring out the multiplayer, because really, and let's be honest, the multiplayer is free, and will keep everybody moving. And then you bring out the single player campaign when it's completely 100% finished. If you're only talking about,
Well, you
3
don't know
months,
if it's not 100% finished.
if it doesn't have the campaign co-op, if it doesn't have the co-op, it's not finished.
no,
If
the
it's an
campaign is there. It's just the co-op.
Right. So that's an incomplete game. Didn't we give Konami shit for bringing out
Or the
Metal
split
Gear
screen
Solid 5?
multiplayer is not ready either, so maybe delay the whole thing.
So, do we
Right?
know that though? Do we know the multiplayer's not ready? They didn't say anything
don't have
about
port,
the split screen.
right?
There's not going to
multiplayer.
be split screen
Or all the
multiplayer
maps are not going to be there.
on day one.
Yeah, no split screen on multiplayer either, right?
So what the hell are they doing? I mean, so now, I mean, I didn't even think about that. That doesn't make it any better. I mean, you're now shoehorned in to release a completely
But there are
incomplete
reasons why
product.
they're wanting to release it on when they do
and
this year.
Yeah,
For the
so
reasons that I mentioned earlier. Maybe we need to rewind
because,
it.
No. Maybe they have something. And that goes back to leadership. Not that's where you can criticize leadership for not seeing the forest through the trees.
Well, maybe people lied. Like, how far are we along? We're doing good. Look, we're doing good. And once you start
Right.
doing the whole thing, it's like,
we're not doing so
excuse me.
good.
You know, you said you
Oh.
were done with this, and apparently there's a huge gap.
Let me tell you something. My
Don't
experience.
know. I mean, sure, it's
Yeah.
and heads will roll and people leave, and
Yeah.
we've seen people leave. So, I mean, that might be a reason. We don't know.
It's an ambitious game. I mean, and my experience in the big industry where you have management, they got the schedule you got to hold. Let me tell you something. The schedules, my experience that managers have to the reality that what's actually being done on the floor, it's not the same.
Right.
And so I'm sure that these developers that are there that have experience and they're trying to they're like, man, this is a live service. This is not Halo 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Those games were not live service games. They were not on multiple devices. So now these devs are being asked, hey, we want you to get this and this and that done by this time. All right. And so leadership can sit there and say, tell everybody in fucking, Twitter and everybody, hey, yeah, we're going to have co-op. We're going to have this and that. But then the people that are actually working on it were like, no, it's not going to be ready. So you already delayed it 1 year to polish it because everybody cried about Craig and they cried about a campaign demo that was an older demo, build. But God forbid that, we can't give them time to polish it up by the end of the year, which they were originally going to do, or who knows what state it was. It would have been last year. So here we are a year later, and we're going to cry because there's no co-op at this launch. If the campaign's there, I'm playing that fucking campaign. I don't give a shit. Multiplayer is going to be afterwards. Campaign first for me, brother. Sorry, but no,
and everybody else who wants to play campaign co-op, fuck them.
But
I mean, that's what
he probably said. Let me come in. Let me listen to the devs. What are y'all's concerns? Where are we really at? And then he probably listened to them and feels, pretty open about that. And they're like, okay, we're listening to the devs who are actually working on it. Let's give them some time. The co-op is not ready, and this and that. It is what it is. What are you going to do?
Give them the time.
We're not going to die from it.
Give them the
It's not-
time.
it's not
Right.
hopefully not,
Exactly. So
Yeah,
give them.
Maybe-
So give
maybe
them
it'll
the
be
time.
Doomsday.
So give them. So I don't
Give 'em
understand.
time. How
But-
much more time do you want to? I guarantee you, if they gave them here 3 more months and released the campaign with co-op, and they probably still have issues with it.
But that's
These
a whole different. That's a whole different issue. That's on them then.
But my thing is, all these Call of Duty, they keep coming out every year or whatever. Even
Mhm.
the Halos, they were coming out every 3 years. And then when they come out, all right, let's go online live. Oh shit, we're having trouble. Oh, I can't get in. I can't get in with you and play co-op. Gears had problem when we were trying to co-op together, right, Peter?
Right.
That when I remember me, Peter, and Coop were trying to get in because there was only 3-player, right? And so we complained about that. Why can't it be 4-player? So in the beginning, we had troubles connecting with 3-player co-op. So it had issues.
But was the
I
game
would
missing
rather them
features?
sit there and try to get this stuff to work right. If they gotta wait,
I
another
agree.
3 months,
I agree. Release the whole game in 3 months when it's ready. You're
I
telling
just
me.
want that
Yeah,
campaign.
but
I'm
then
being
what we,
selfish, sorry.
no, we're running in circles. The reason why they're releasing it right now is because of the timing, the anniversary, and all the other stuff. Just rewatch your own show, Mike.
No, I understand what you're saying, Peter. But what I'm
Well,
saying
that's why
is
they're releasing it now. Otherwise, they
is
might
to
have
meet
delayed
a
it.
marketing thing. I think that's I absolutely think that is a horrible reason for them to do it. It may be the reason that they're forced to do it. That doesn't make it right.
One in one hand, shit in the other.
Right. I mean, when we're talking
I want
about how much.
campaign.
I mean, if you start playing the campaign and the campaign is shit and there are a ton of issues and it's at that point, yes, then everything is warranted saying like, hey, the campaign should have been delayed to fix it. And by that point, maybe you also had the, co-op piece ready as well.
I
We
mean,
will find out.
yeah. I mean,
12-8.
December 8th.
I'm sort of at a loss because I'm the one who's advocating giving them more time, and I don't know. I don't know why. It's weird because I was specifically talking about giving them more time.
They've had more time.
Sure, but give them whatever time they need to get it right. I'm all for that.
But you know how that stuff works, Mike. P&L, profit and loss.
Yeah.
You can only delay so long, and it's like, man, we're just burning money here. We can still fix this with a live service game like Sea of Thieves and even Bungie. Bungie had issues in the beginning, right? They were kind of limited. They got criticized because it's like, man, we're here grinding, but there's not a lot. Where's the story, right? So they addressed it on the second one. So.
Right, on the next game. So are they going to
But
address
this
this on the
is not a
next
second
game?
one. This is like the
I know,
this
but I'm
is
saying,
the
but
game.
it's a live service game, and they're trying to come up with the ambitious campaign and the start because they heard. I'm sure they got a relationship with Bungie. They want to make sure they get the campaign right. They don't want people to say, "Oh, this is just a grinding game, Halo grinding game."
Sure, but
So
when Destiny,
we don't know until we get it in our hands and find out.
But when Destiny was released, it was released as intended. That's what I'm trying to say. This is not being released as intended, and that's the problem. It's being released.
I get that. I understand that concern. I get it, but what are you gonna do? And I don't want. Look, you say delay. I say no. I want to play the campaign when it's ready. If the campaign's ready, I'm gonna play it. And I'll worry about co-op later. Us 3, us 4. We'll worry about it in 3 months, and we'll go play it again.
Maybe I don't want to play it again. Maybe I'm gonna be on. Maybe I'm gonna be on Horizon. So I mean,
fine.
Is it?
Well, I mean that's your choice, right? You're saying that. Well, now people are gonna have to wait. And they're gonna say, you know what? I'm already on this other game. Well, that's their choice. But if the game is good, if it's a good campaign and people enjoyed it, and if you decide, well, no, they should have had the campaign in there in the beginning, I'm not playing it when it comes out in 3 months. Well, that's your choice.
That is my
But,
choice,
I mean,
but the
what can
pro-
you do? I mean,
that is
you know,
right,
can't
and
please
that's
everybody.
and that's 343's problem, not my problem. It's 343's problem for not having it when they said they were going to have it.
It is, but then once it comes
Yeah.
out and you still don't want to play it, then
So
what can you do?
I
I mean,
Then that's a you problem, not.
no,
343
but it's,
problem.
but it's 343's problem for not having it ready when it was
Yeah.
supposed to be ready.
I
And
agree.
I'm curious. I'm going to be very curious to see, especially
Excuse me.
you know,
But the
they've
majority
already-
of people are buying it or playing it for not for co-op campaign.
well,
No,
most of
I
the
see,
people are going
like
to be
me,
playing it
okay,
for.
I say I will play it, but it's, you know, should be nice to have that on day
Oh,
one.
absolutely.
yeah,
I think they're
yeah,
going to lose
what-
a lot of. I think they're going to lose a lot of
you
money
know,
in December.
In a perfect world, that's what would happen, and it includes Forge.
But that's not a perfect world if they want us to wait
No,
for 3
so
months.
it's like,
That's not a perfect world.
It's not a
They,
perfect
they,
world.
took,
It will
they,
never be
they, they
perfect.
took a detour real quick.
Well,
You know,
so
Well, the
They
whole
took a
thing is like,
detour.
Hey, blame Destiny and all the live service game because they're making
Yeah.
money. They're a long-term game, and
blame
they may
blame
have
Bungie,
issues.
blame Bungie for
I know.
leaving because they want to make a different game, and they kind of made Halo. And
yeah, I
called
bet
it-
Bungie.
And
I
live
bet Bungie
service
could have
Halo.
made.
Now Halo wants to
Call
make a
it
live
Bungie.
service Halo.
Well, I
So,
mean, that's
you
why
know,
we haven't
Halo
seen
is
anything on-
Destiny's Halo. It's like what?
Oh,
They're
I've
trying to
always
copy one
said
each
that.
other.
I've always said that. But you know, so we'll see in December how well. I mean, Halo. Obviously, you got Game Pass, so you got that going for it. That's the one thing that could
Jago.
save it. But hey, what Jago? But
My brother Jago is making common sense. That's
I am-
right.
so
I ain't waiting for anybody. I'll play my damn solo campaign. Hey, Xbox gets criticized for not having single player solo games, and then here they are. They got they're giving you one with multiplayer, but God forbid. I get
you are-
it. You know,
it's Xbox, so
it's
like
perfectly
an
okay
automatic
to so because
10-point
other
deduction.
I mean I guess I expect better from companies than releasing incomplete games just because other people in the past have released an incomplete game. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens when December comes around, and we'll see how many people are going to lay down $60 for a game that doesn't have a critical mode in it. We'll find out.
That's
Especially-
not a critical mode. Stop
it's
it.
a critical mode
It's
for a
not
lot
critical.
of people.
You know,
It is
it
for a
should
lot of
be
people.
$30 instead of 60.
It's
Give us the discount.
Hey, it should be
Hell
free.
no. We don't know that.
No, because
I
we got
mean-
a campaign, so $30.
Yeah. But
No.
it could be
Well-
$60.
And a multiplayer.
We don't
It's
know
another
that.
40.
I
It's
know
Well, the
only
multiplayer- the multiplayer is free.
Correct.
The multiplayer is totally
Battlefield,
free,
$70, and it doesn't even get you a single player campaign.
which I didn't. Right, I'm not buying that shit at all.
See what I
But
mean?
you can
See,
buy
but
it once, you
that's
can play it on
another
PC
thing.
and everything.
See, but that's
What
another
other-
thing.
what
It doesn't
other
have
game
a
does not
a
do that?
campaign, but they wanted to give you.
That's
you know,
why. That's why Halo is only going to be $60 because it will be multiplayer co-op. It will be 70. Know it.
So, we'll see. I'm going to be very curious to see exactly how that's received when it actually comes out.
If
So,
the
I don't
campaign is
know.
good,
It's like
it will be
it's like
received
giving
well.
pass to others, but Halo, no, it's okay. No, that's something that is not clicking well right there. It's like
no.
you're
No,
letting
and
people
you know what?
other game
Here's-
pass.
here's the
but
other thing.
Halo is-
If 343 gets away with releasing an incomplete game on launch, that's just going to open the door for every other game to do the same. And I don't want to hear anybody.
Exactly.
I don't want to hear anybody out on
It's
Twitter.
already- they-
I'm
with
you
Myke.
make it sound they
I'm
said
with
said a
Myke.
president, but that's not.
I'm
It's
not
already
saying they
done.
didn't. I'm not saying they didn't. I mean, again, if you look at
Last
if you
of
look
Us
at other
2,
games,
incomplete game. What's the
you know,
multiplayer?
well, Master
Duty.
Chief Collection wasn't incomplete in far as features. It had technical problems. They
No, I didn't
should
say
have.
that.
That is correct. That is correct.
No, I
And
didn't
they
say
have
Master
5
Chief.
studios.
What did you say?
That
Wait
they
a minute.
weren't even
Hang on.
syncing.
Hang on. I
No,
thought you said Master Chief.
Last of Us 2. Where's the multiplayer? You just got a campaign. Is that worth $60?
Was
They will
multiplayer?
sell you to they resell it as a remaster, and that will have
You gotta pay
multiplayer for
again.
$70.
You gotta
But
pay
was-
again from PS4 to
Was The Last of Us 2?
But people they're upset because if The
Was
Last
the-
of Us 1 had both of them and they decided to remove that until a later date. You know how many people they got pissed off about that? And I have friends like they're like, where's the multiplayer? The multiplayer on Last of Us 1 was good. So why there's no multiplayer? Why do we have to wait? So
But
see,
it didn't
that's the
affect-
problem.
I'm
But
sure it
they-
didn't
but
affect
they
the sales
made you
'cause
wait.
people want to
Yeah.
play that campaign.
But they never announced the multiplayer as part of the
Mhm.
core game. The
But they said they were
multiplayer was
working on it. I know they did announce
yeah,
that they
it
would
was
come out
gonna it was
later.
always gonna be a separate secondary thing. That's different than what's happening now, and that's again, that's my point. Is that
But
is-
Call of Duty, when they
Yeah.
decided we're just going to release multiplayer and no campaign, they didn't stop their sales.
no, it didn't.
Right.
But people knew that going forward. People
The
knew
only
that.
people
That's
that were
what they're.
bitching about that were us, the hardcore people. Like, oh, no campaign. Well, I'm
Which
not
I
playing
didn't.
it.
Which I didn't.
Then all
And
the
I
other
didn't.
90% of people were playing the multiplayer.
No, I agree. But you knew that going in. People that like Battlefield, you knew that going in.
But we
Here-
did know there's no co-op going in. December 8th, you got time to
Yeah,
deal
we
with
know
it.
that. We
get
know
yourself
that
together
now.
and
4
get over
months.
it. And December 8th, you make that decision. I'm
Yeah.
going to download it
So
from Game
2
Pass,
years,
and I'm going to
2
play
years
campaign
ago,
solo.
2 years ago, that wasn't the case. 4 months from launch is when we found out that's the case. That is totally different.
That ain't time to get over it.
Totally different. So,
I'd
all
rather
right.
get over it in 4 months and get over it in another year to try to get co-op to work.
But I thought it was
campaign.
only going to be 3 months. I thought that's what they said. It's only going to take them 3 months.
Well,
So
after,
is it-
after December 8th.
Right. So it's not another year. It's another 3 months. We're talking about March.
Yeah, but if you wanted to delay it, how much longer would it take?
3 months, right?
Well, that's what they say now.
Well, but so what happens when you get to
Don't
March?
guarantee.
So what happens when you get to
Okay.
March and they're not ready then either with the campaign co-op?
That's a possibility. That could happen.
So you're
I mean-
releasing a broken game. So
Yeah,
again,
probably is.
again,
If
going
campaign
forward,
works, I'm okay.
people on social media, that have no problem with this, can't
Mhm.
then complain about other games that release this way. They can't.
I am with you. I am with you, Mike. And that's how I feel. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
So, that this is a bad precedent to continue.
Anything to say?
We've complained
You're
about it
like-
before.
Said my
We've
thing.
complained. I'm afraid. My fear is that we've complained, and not we, but the gaming sphere has complained about it before. But it's okay now because it's Halo. So I that's the other issue. It's okay to
Yeah,
do it here because it's Halo. So is
Mhm,
it not
correct.
going to be okay? Is it
Yeah.
not going to be okay going forward when it's not Halo, or is it only certain games that are games we like? It's okay to do this with.
Mm-hmm.
But
Going
people
forward.
did the same thing with Call of Duty. Oh, I'm not buying it because it's only multiplayer. And
but
they did
they
the same thing with
announce
Battlefield
it
right
that
now. Oh,
way.
I'm not buying it because there's no campaign.
But it was free though.
But
you
they
know,
announce it
what
that
was
way.
free?
And by the way,
Yep.
I don't buy Call of Duty. I don't even buy Call of Duty with the campaign because
know.
I don't like
either.
Call of. I don't buy it. But people.
But when they, no, no, sorry, go
when
ahead.
it's announced, and you know it from the get, you can make that decision.
Mhm.
I'm
made
sure
that
they
decision.
plan on it to be, but and when it comes to, like I told you, we can. I blame leadership because their reality was probably different from the reality that the people actually working on the game.
No, they bit off
But when
more
they
than they
cut-
could chew.
They get to a point, maybe they already knew about this 6 months ago, or who knows, and they're like, well, it's not gonna have co-op. Does it matter when you announce it? People are still gonna be upset about it. And then they might still say, I'm not playing it until co-op is there. I mean,
So right, so the sales numbers are going to tell all.
maybe. Yeah. we'll
No,
see.
it will. That's pretty much your absolute.
But I'm not
is-
basing it off of just because I love Halo. What can I do?
No.
You know?
The metric will be hard to measure too.
Um,
If
my-
a lot of people are subscribers to Game Pass and get the game through there and pay their, the monthly things, you cannot rely on NPD to say like, hey,
Shit, MPD doesn't even count digital. They don't even show that digital sales.
They do. Yes, they
And
do.
here's another
They
thing.
do
I
now.
mean, why care about that sales number? If you enjoy the game and the game is good, then it's good. If you don't like it or the game is bad, then it's not bad. Then you know.
Yeah, shame on them. Heads or roll. If this completely fails, it's a shitty campaign and it blah blah blah. It's not gonna kill me. I'll move on. I got other games to play. Xbox, I have to deal with the changing the guard and do whatever they got to do to get try to get it back to glory days. But what can you do?
That's Valiant. What can you do? All
The
right.
customers are always right.
Sometimes.
Yeah. It depends. I guess.
But
Well,
this time
only-
we gotta
only
be correct
certain-
on this one.
only
I
certain
think
customers.
social media, you got so much toxicity that then you got these companies that bow to them.
And here's another thing. It doesn't matter if Halo was complete or not, and how it looks or how it doesn't look. People will be bitching. Period.
Depends, like,
No,
yes, will
no,
always,
no,
but it
no.
all depends.
No,
It
no.
all depends. It all de-
depends.
Yeah,
People
I know
will
what
be
you're
bitching.
going with. It all depends. Like this one, yes. Like this one, yes. Something that should be there, yes. Some
Well,
of
I
them are
think
dumb.
part of the issue too is that this is supposed to be Halo's rebirth.
Yeah.
4 was,
That's
4 was not greatly received. People, for whatever reason, hated 5. This was supposed to be the big return of Halo,
Of the glorious days, yes.
right? Of those glory days, and
Yep.
well, and the
And maybe they
engagement's
are.
gonna-
We
Well, the
don't know. We
engagement's
haven't
gonna
played
be
it
well,
yet.
maybe. Except for that split screen,
It's
Mhm.
coming.
maybe. All
And maybe
right.
Tomorrow is the day the world ends. So,
Well, then none
hopefully
of you are
enjoy some
playing
gaming.
Halo.
I
Well,
mean,
none of us are playing
you know,
Halo.
what the heck? I mean,
Well, none of us are playing Halo.
exactly. Then doesn't matter if it's co-op or not co-op.
That's a concern. Then.
There you go. All right. It's 1:15.
Time to close up shop.
Yes, Eternal Shaddai has now tied Pong Soul and Dreadpool for longest show.
I will
No,
tell you something.
not yet.
Yeah,
They-
Mike, you
no,
wanna
I'm
hear
sorry.
something funny?
I'm sorry,
It
you
was
have
an
tied
infinite
you have
show.
tied Tommy Tallarico for longest show. Dreadpool and Pong still have the longest show at 5 hours.
No, not for nothing. But earlier, while you guys were talking about the Halo, I was like, let me see which one is the longest. And I saw that. I'm like, let me see if I could beat that. And that's why you saw me going like this. Yeah, I was on chat, but at the same time, I'm like, let me see NLG's list of video. I'm like, oh crap.
And
this
Turner
one
was
5 hours.
instigated on purpose.
I'm like, I want to be the first one of everything. No, I'm kidding. But I did pay attention to that. I'm like, oh boy, so it's 5 hours. I don't know if
You're
I
in
could
the
actually
record
make it.
books. You're in the record books.
All right.
No, but
Well.
I knew when the Halo Infinite information, story was gonna pop. I'm like, this is gonna be a long one because I have a lot to say. And the thing is that Myke just said it very nicely, the stuff that I had on my mind.
I'm
That's
sorry,
why I
Shaddai.
praise you, Myke, for that one.
I thought
kudos
for
to
sure.
you. Kudos to
That's
you.
why he
You
invited
just nailed
you,
it.
so
It's
Yeah,
really
nailed
funny
it.
because
He needed you to back him up because
I was
he
gonna-
already knew
you
me
know-
and Peter were going to be like, we're ganging up on you.
He said
So-
everything that it was running on
so
my mind.
I will be
everything.
perfectly honest with you. I had side conversation with Nick Geeks from Cash, and I said I might have to have you on because it might be 3 against 1 on this. So
what
I'm
if it is?
I'm actually
Then
surprised.
you don't feel strong about your arguments.
Oh, hey, I'm right here. Where's I going? I'm not
Not for nothing.
I'm not shutting my laptop off and walking away.
Oh yeah.
No, and not for nothing. I should have said this, and I said it to my friend. I'm like, it's funny that Halo get the get the attitude for this, but look at Final Fantasy VII Remake that they're still waiting for the second half.
Yeah.
Right?
So
Yeah,
you
want to
know,
complain, but nobody's complaining about that.
but that's
Why?
but that's what I'm
Why?
saying.
What platform is that?
Because
one
it's
on?
Final
It doesn't
Fantasy.
say Xbox.
it's Final Fantasy.
See, I understand that it doesn't say Xbox, but the thing is that we are giving too much slack on studios that are doing that. You know what I mean? And that's something that Myke was saying, like, yo, you're giving
we're
a
not,
lot
we're
of
not the slave
that
drivers
open
of
day,
them.
No, I'm the
open
one
door
saying-
for companies to do that.
No, see, this is where the river gets twisted. I'm all for, like with Final Fantasy, people are not upset with them trying to finish that game off. I'm not upset with them trying to finish the game off. Everybody else is upset with me for wanting to finish the game off right. I'm not upset with that. I'm all for them. I'm
not
for
a
them
fan of
doing
giving
it.
me half a product for full price. You know what I mean?
No,
That's something that I say no for me.
I'm all for them taking the time to finish it. I don't know how that somehow that got lost in translation. I am all for them taking the extra time to get it done and get it right and get it out the door in one piece. So that's
It's a feature that could have been switched.
No, we're not saying you, but there are people out there. They're okay
No, I
with
know.
the.
no, I don't care about those people.
I know, but it's just funny that
I don't care about
But
those people,
the
and those people aren't in our
problem is
chat
that-
either.
But those people somehow they're the minority idiots in social media, but somehow they're able to grab the attention of Xbox upper people, and then they want to cave to the bullshit.
Well,
See,
yeah.
I understand that. It's like they hawking whatever. See, I know this is a little bit off the rail. The thing is that I'm not gonna say what Xbox Division have done is like what Myke said. The Division went like this, The
No, my
Xbox is
point.
okay, the
Somehow my
360
point went along this.
No,
my
no,
my
so
argument somewhere
I
went.
was thinking of something else. So the thing is that we already know how the Xbox Division have went up and down. With the 360 being a success, then it went down, and then this one went up again. It's like a damn roller coaster. So the thing is that anything that we already know, anything that Xbox does, people are hawking to see what other mistake are they gonna make, and this is pretty much for a lot of people is a feature. We're gonna say it again, it's a feature. I understand it shouldn't be a big deal, but we're living in an age or pretty much time that we're dealing with a pandemic that pretty much a lot of the family members are in the house, sometimes not, depending on how you look at it. But the thing is that it's a feature that should be included in the game, especially it's a plus when you have a lot of family members here. Like I said, we're all, we're grown men, whatever. We play by ourselves if we want to, fine. But we gotta think other people that have kids and all that, like I said before. So we gotta think more than that, if it's multiplayer, fine, hold on to the multiplayer. There's a lot of cheaters that will ruin that. Just create some anti-cheat or whatever. But that's something that it should be there. Like I said, I'm with Myke. It's something that you're giving me half of the product for full price. I will play, of course. Sorry to say it like this. I'm a masochist. It's Halo. What we're talking about is, I'm the one who plays Halo, so I don't care about that. But if I have a friend that does not have a Series X, and and wants to see that, how am I gonna play with that person if he visits me? You know what I mean? Depending, I know they're gonna say like, yeah, but you're talking about pandemic and you having a friend. You know what I mean? So you know how.
I just tell them, look, I'm sorry, but I'm playing. You can watch me.
Yeah.
But
that's what
we'll
I'm
play
saying.
together. But hey, sorry, brother, but something.
And this,
Watch
so
me
it's gonna,
and
so
and
it's gonna
say,
feel like
drop
Halo
me a
5
like.
then. It's gonna feel like Halo 5, like
See,
and there's no
that's
split
not
screen.
cool. Sucks to be you.
That's what-
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so I'm
I'm
gonna
like,
leave it. Since we're at 120, I'm gonna leave it.
You can play after me. Player
And
number
not,
two.
and not for nothing. Let's put it this way. I may be wrong on this one, but let's say you're almost to the end, just for the heck of it. And all of a sudden, you're like, yo, just try it. And then he overwrites your stuff that you say, like, no, you went too far, because you don't have a second save. Oh, thanks a lot, co-op, whatever the case may be. I'm just saying for the hell of it.
All right,
But
I'm
never know.
gonna leave it at this.
Mm.
343i is rolling the dice that this is the right thing to do. So that's the bottom line on all of this. No matter who's for it, who's against it, we're not 343i, right? We're
Maybe
just
it's Phil Spencer that says this game's coming out. Damn
You're
it.
right, and you know what?
It's
You
costing me money.
may be absolutely right, right?
Like, when is good enough?
This is
$500
their-
million
right. What is good enough?
invested.
And so 343 and possibly Phil, maybe Satya Nadella's pushing this forward. He's a cloud guy. Maybe he's of that mind. Somebody is rolling. Somebody
You just
is
gave me an
rolling the
idea.
dice. Somebody's
Damn
rolling the
right,
dice on
Diego.
this. All right, somebody's rolling the dice on this. We're gonna find out at the end of the year if they come up craps.
Do you think there might add, unless if I'm incorrect, cloud-based things like they did with Flight Simulator?
No
you
idea.
just gave me an idea.
All right, well, for another day because it's 122.
Oh, it's 4:30
Yeah.
here.
Wait, where are you?
New York State. So I'm Eastern time.
Yeah, it's.
Sorry,
1:30.
looking at the wrong timing.
What
Whoops,
the hell
that's
are
the
you
time.
doing? 4:30 in the morning?
He's got
No.
clock.
Yeah.
Good
No, he
night.
says-
Have a good night.
yes,
Thank
yes.
you for the invite. Thank you very much.
He's tired.
Oh my
Well,
goodness.
Thank you and have a great night.
All right, so Shaddai, tell everybody where they can find you, good sir.
Away from whatever I just said. No. Okay. People can find me on Twitter at Eternal Shaddai. It's the same thing for the Xbox console, Eternal Shaddai. On Saturdays, I do, like I said, podcasting in Spanish called Mundo de Mancos. Also on Sundays, Good Morning Xbox with, as you can see, with Cerebral Paul, Axel, Cool Cat Terry, Scrub Nurse, and I think I'm forgetting one.
But
Cerebral
not
Paul.
this Sunday. It's so sad.
No, not this Sunday. He said he got something to do, so we're not gonna have anything this Sunday. And on Twitch, I be streaming on Twitch. I abbreviated Eternal because it doesn't want to fit for some reason. So I put ETE Shaddai all together, caps lock. So that's where you can actually find me.
Right.
I'm all over the place.
All right. Well, I'm still sitting
yeah.
here on the wheel of names, by the way.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
From an hour
people
ago.
that have been here and sticking with all our bullshit back and forth, they deserve it.
Oh, dude,
They
yeah,
get
there's still a ton of good people in the chat.
Hey, and you know what? The winner is getting a $20 gift card. Of their choice.
Oh,
Oh,
$20
We
gift
appreciate you
card.
guys sticking with our bullshit, whether you agreed
Right.
with us or not, man. You guys are awesome.
Absolutely. So this is everybody who was in the chat who was not part of the last one. So
if I keep writing on the chat, should I give my name for a second time? I'm kidding.
So everybody who was not part of the member drawing or came in late, this is you. And good luck, everyone.
And maybe the winner can put this $20 gift card towards buying the,
Co-op campaign.
Halo Infinite, and they won't feel so bad. Now you can buy it for $40.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Jago's crazy. I didn't get it from ET. And it's not ET. I'm...
Drinking games with Josh, my
Oh,
Maryland brother.
nice.
All right.
I don't know if I have him on Twitter. I think I did.
I will find him. All right,
Okay.
so don't worry, channel members. We will be doing another merch giveaway in September. Thanks to you guys who put in for the Friends of NLG membership here. Gives us the ability to do this kind of stuff. So thank you very much. I'll get a hold of Josh. I've got his Twitter, and get him in touch with you, Chris. And we'll
Yes,
go.
sir.
Yeah. All right. To our wonderful chat room. You guys rock. That's
Mhm.
all there is to it. So on such a fun night. We didn't have just one fight but two. That's
They're
the
passionate.
double. That's right.
Halo.
The double.
Halo
We got the double feature tonight.
We were
So.
playing gunfight.
So, Shaddai, brother, thank you for coming on with us. It was a great
thank
night.
you.
Yeah.
A great
It's in
night.
the record book.
Yep,
It's
indeed.
book.
One for the books. So,
Eternal timing.
brother Peter, brother Chris. 4 hours, 23 minutes. We did it.
I'm calling in tomorrow. Shit.
You may have to. So, now, thank you, everybody. We are going to go ahead and get up out of here. Thank you, everybody. Do not forget our Awesome Gamers United Guild. Plenty.
Oh, Halo Infinite merchandise right here on the screen.
I know.
Will I still be on the
Can you
wheel
play
even
that
on the
with
Vanguard?
others, or is it just solo?
This is
a joke.
Solo. Oh God, geez,
Oh,
thanks. I fell for that
damn
one.
it, sir.
I fell for that one. Thanks a lot. I fell for that
Oh
one.
my goodness.
Mm.
All right, don't forget our other Gamers United Guild brethren down in the chat below. Great shows to check out. We got shows all weekend long. We're gonna have the OEB Pete and the Evercade on Saturday. Brother Lemon and the Dragon's Den podcast is Saturday evenings. Sundays, if OEB Pete is bringing back Amico All Access. Tuesday is your
Sunday night?
retro. Yep. Sunday night is TXR. Thank you. The premier Xbox roundtable. Then you have, of course, on Tuesday, you have a double feature. You've got Retro Renegades on one side. You have Papa Pete on the other doing his wrestling and gaming. On Wednesday, we've got Go Game Go doing their whatever an open night mic they do. And then, of course, back at us Thursday, you got 4G QTV at 6:30, leading up to another great NLG show next week, which we will have Panda Sub 2000 as our guest, filling in because Brother Peter is going on vacation.
Yes?
Yes, aren't you?
Mm. I don't know. Bro,
343 headquarters.
Are you gonna be back in
Yeah.
3 months?
yeah, 3 months.
3 months.
Okay.
All right. So next week we will be an incomplete show, so we will only charge you half price for the. All right, everybody. Oh my goodness! Have an awesome weekend. Pick up a game controller, get some gaming in, and man.
Hmm.
Whew. Let me I gotta find. I've got so many windows over here. Okay, here's the closing video. Play on, gamers.
Come on, guys.
Night, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Have a good night.